That's what it realized in auction. Last coin here we got for another 1954, more recent in the year 2014, sold for over $23,000. Now, when you see the total NGC populations of these in high grade, you can understand why they command these premiums. You go to now on the left column there, you see the total mintage, number of coins struck for each of those years. At the very bottom, you see the last year at the Philadelphia Mint, they struck 3.9 million sets. About 2,000 have been graded in 6.7 and about 3,200 in 6.8. But then when you go a year earlier to the 1963, only 1,500 in 6.8. It's about the same number for 62 and only 1,350 in 6.1. So the last year at the Philadelphia Mint was the best quality. Well, as soon as you start going back in time to those earlier years, they get tougher to get. The quality just was not as good. They just did not store as well. They are that much rarer. Now, folks, this is my cherry picker special. Take your pick of any of these 4 dates at the top. But let's say you want to start with that last date of the series, of 1964. You want to start with the 1964, the last date of the series. Fantastic. It's $90 on eBay. 6.7s are offered for around $50, $55 on eBay. Here you have a proof 68 red. If you were even to submit this to NGC yourself, the grading fee would be about $25. They're going to charge you about $20 to ship it back. Registered mail, so they send everything registered mail, so that's $45. It doesn't cover your cost to ship it to them. It doesn't cover your cost of the coin. And the odds are, folks, it's not going to come back 6.8. The tiniest little flaw, the tiniest little hairline on that coin will drop it to a 6.6. A hairline is a very, very fine, tiny, light scratch that under normal viewing, under normal light, you can't even see. You need a grading lamp to even be able to detect. This coin looks absolutely flawless. Because I specialize in these coins, I'm writing a couple more books on proof coins from this era. I get the very best opportunities to get these at the very best price. You're getting them from the source here, folks. We submitted these coins ourselves, and because we got some very good grades, I'm able to pass the deal on to you today. If you want any one of those dates, but if you want that, start with that 64, folks. It's not $89 or $59 or $49. $29 a coin. $29 a coin. Now, if you want a second coin, if you want a different date up there, you can take your choice, any one of those dates. That 1963 there, the same, $29 a coin. It's not $39 that you'd expect it to be more. It's the same $29. The 62, as rare as the 63, also $29. Now you get to the 61, which is even tougher than the 62 and 63. You would think this one would be up around $79, and indeed, a lot of dealers would sell them beyond that price, over $100 I've seen on some listings. But it's the same $29. So if you buy all 4 of those, that comes to $116 for all 4 examples. And you don't have to get them in that order. You can call in and just get a 61 or just get a 62. However, I do have a limit. If you just want one date, if you just want to buy one date, there's a limit of 1 coin per person. Okay, because I can't have somebody call in and buy 1961 cents, because then we would be out of those coins and we couldn't fill the sets for all the other viewers who are calling in. So it's $29. Take your pick on any of these, but don't, you know what? Hold off on your order just yet, folks, because this is going to get better. This is why I love this. I call it my cherry picker special. It gets even better. Those are the last 4 years at the Philadelphia Mint. What about the 1960? Well, on our chart there, the 1960 is also a very tough coin. And the mintage of the 1960 is about half that of the last 4 years in the series. They only struck about 1.7 million coins. And there's only 1,400 graded in 6/8. Now, folks, if you buy the set at the top, all 4 of those coins, the 61, 2, 3, and 4, I will add the 1960 large date in for another $29. We will add that in. That all 5 would then be only $145 for those 5 coins. The 1960 large date and the 61, 62, 63, 64. You get the large date. If you get that set at the top for only $116, you get the large date for an additional $29, $145 for all 5 coins. We have a lot of people calling in, and when you're putting in your order, tell them you'd like to hear about the complete set, okay, for the people calling in, because now I'm about to offer the complete set. So if you're calling in, I would recommend you get the entire set, which would include the 4 coins at the bottom. Because at the bottom, folks, we've got the 1959, which is the first year of the Memorial Reverse Lincoln Cent. But we also have the last 3 years of the Wheatback Lincoln Cents in proof 68 red. Now, these Wheatback Lincolns can go for a huge premiums. I mean, in the Mint State series, you get one of these Lincolns in MS 67 red, and they can sell for $10,000, $20,000. Here's a couple that we have comps for of coins that sold for over $10,000 from the 1950s in Mint State 67 red. Now, the proof coins, and as you can see there, I mean, there's a lot of really passionate Lincoln Cent collectors out there. The Lincoln Cent series is an incredibly popular series among collectors. And when I can offer an exquisite proof set like this in this condition for this price, it's just a dream come true as a collector. Now, you get to these early Wheatbacks, folks. Here's a 1956. Proof 67. They're a little more money because, again, they're rare. The mintages are much lower. They only struck about 670,000 proof coins in 1956, so they're much rarer coins. That's $100. That's a top-rated seller on eBay. You know, over almost 9,000 happy customers. Here's again, that's a proof 67. Okay, proof 67. I'm offering you proof 68s. There's a 57 for 80, and again, in proof 67, I'm just going to show you one more. You know, you get the picture. Here's a proof 68 and proof 67. You get the picture. I mean, you figure $100 a coin, that's $300 right there, okay, for those 3 coins, $300. And those are proof 67s. Let's show them the 56, the 57, and the 58 with the Wheatback Lincoln Reverse in proof 68 condition. Every coin, proof 68. Now, I'm including these earliest 4 coins, folks, the rarest 4 here in proof 68, where dealers are asking $100 a coin just for those 3 Wheatback Lincolns in 6/7. Here you're getting the entire 9-coin set in proof 68, not for $700, $800, $900, folks. $259 for the entire 9-coin set. That's only $28.70 a coin. Look at these coins. Every one pristine, haze-free, spot-free. I mean, as close to perfection as you could hope for on a Lincoln. These are extremely rare in proof 69s. There are no 70s. This is, you look at this, and to the naked eye, it is basically perfection. And then we get the last year of the series, the 1958, in the last year of the Wheatback series, an historic coin, $259 $59 for all 9 coins. The last 3 years of the Wheatback Lincoln series, the first year of the Memorial Reverse Lincoln, the 1959, and then the 1960 large date, the 61, the 62, the 63, and the 64 Lincolns, all in proof 68 red. And we stop at 64 because that is the last year these coins were struck at the old Philadelphia Mint. And there you see the 59, which is the first year of the Memorial Reverse. And that Memorial Reverse, it was, they changed the reverse in 1959 because that was the 150th anniversary of the birth of Abraham Lincoln. He was born in 1809, so in 1959, 150 years later, they commemorated that with the Memorial Reverse. So there you have it, folks. This is a great, great cherry picker special, a collector special, to get you started off on building a sensational collection of proof Lincolns. There is so much future opportunity for the collector of today when you can get exquisite, top quality rarities like this at this kind of price. Again, there are no middlemen here. You're getting them from the source. Rick Tamaska here, Rick's U.S. Coin Show, Rare Collectibles TV. This is what I've specialized in since the early 1980s. And this is what you're looking at, the fruits of my labor, really. Because I've specialized in these coins for so long, I'm able to offer you these kinds of opportunities. So it's $29. Take your pick on any of these. You can call in and just get a 61 or just get a 62. However, I do have a limit. If you just want one date, if you just want to buy one date, there's a limit of 1 coin per person. If you want any one of those dates, $29 a coin. $29 a coin. Take your choice, any one of those dates. That 1963 there, $29 a coin. The 62, as rare as the 63, also $29. Now you get to the 61, which is even tougher than the 62 and 63, but it's the same $29. If you buy all 4 of those, that comes to $116 for all 4 examples. Now, folks, if you buy the set at the top, the 1960 large date and the 61, 62, 63, 64, you get the large date for an additional $29, $145 for all 5 coins. So if you're calling in, I would recommend you get the entire set, which would include the 4 coins at the bottom. Here you're getting the entire 9-coin set in proof 68, not for $700, $800, $900, folks. $259 for the entire 9-coin set. That's only $28.70 a coin. So got a lot of people calling in. Please stay tuned, because the next presentation I have coming up, if you liked these, you're going to really like what I have coming up. Thanks for watching. If you've just tuned in, I just had an extraordinary display for our viewers of some phenomenal 1956 to 1964 Lincoln cents. The last Lincoln cent struck in proof at the Philadelphia Mint. I love to get superb Lincoln cents, especially from the Philadelphia Mint era. I've showed you the packaging they use, the typical quality. It's terrible. I've got one comparable here of a 1953 Lincoln cent that sold in auction, a proof 69 1953 that sold in auction some years ago. Over $7,000 for a proof 69 1953. And what we have now are just a handful, folks, so I've got to make this real short, a handful of these sets in Proof 69. The last 3 years of the Wheatback Lincolns in Proof 69, these are highest grade ever for their respective issues. When we buy collections, we go through and occasionally we'll find that diamond in the rough, a coin that'll grade Proof 67. Then we'll get one that grades Proof 68. And every once in a while we get a Proof 69. And again, because I didn't have to buy them directly from a dealer already graded, where I might have to pay $400 or $500 a coin, which would put this set up in the $5,000 to $6,000 range, we did the work ourselves, and we're passing the savings on to you. All 9 coins, the last 3 years of the Wheatback series. There's the 58. Only 305 examples graded of the 1958. The 1956 only has 253 examples graded. That's NGC and PCGS combined. Then we have the first year of the Memorial Reverse Lincoln, the 1959, which is the first year of the Memorial Reverse. Only 383 graded in Proof 69 red, highest grade. This extraordinary 1960 large date that you're looking at there. Again, I only have a handful of these sets, folks. This is going to be a real short presentation. It's only going to be a few minutes longer here. There's the 1960 large date. And then we go to the 1961. Only 322 examples graded of the 1961 Lincoln. Total mintage, they struck about 3 million proofs. But PCGS and NGC combined have only graded 322 examples in this Proof 69 grade. Look at this coin. It looks like it, again, like all of these, like they just came off the die. Black mirrors, haze-free, absolutely pristine coins. State of the art, highest grade. I was only able to find a few comparables for Proof 69s for the Lincoln cents. Here's the populations of these coins in Proof 69. Take a look on the last column on the far right. You can see the populations of these Lincoln cents. If the number is in red or brown, it means it's the rarest or second rarest issue for that year in Proof 69. We'll go down the page really quickly. You know, anywhere from 100 to 300 in some coins for any of these years. They're all extremely rare. Until you get to the 1964, there was an improvement in quality in 1964, and you've got around 2,100 coins, which is still a really, really rare coin. And you've got the 64p there, 2,100 coins. Here's one dealer who, for a Proof 69 64p wants, is asking, this is the going price for a Proof 69, about $190. Here you get a much tougher date, the 1960 large date, over $300. So you've got $500 right there among those two coins. And the 61, 62, every bit as valuable as that 60. And then you get to the Wheatbacks, and they're much tougher. I wasn't able to find any comparables for Wheatbacks in Proof 69, folks. The highest grade I could find is Proof 68. I told you about the 53 in 69 for over 7,000. But again, here's a 56 in 68. That's $180. If you a 69, you can figure is going to be about triple that. 57 in 68 for the same price. Here's a 58 in 68. You know, again, you could figure about triple that for a 69. So you could reasonably expect this set normally to be around $3,000. While I have them, I only have a small group of these sets. The entire set from the 1956 through the last year of the series, the 3 Wheatbacks, the entire Memorial Reverse Philadelphia issue series, can be yours for only $121.67 a coin. Let me repeat that. The whole entire 9-coin set can be yours for $121.67 a coin. That's a lot less than what most dealers are asking for Proof 68s. That's $1,095. $1,095 for the entire 9-coin set. Some of these dates I have fewer than 10 of. The one date I have some quantity on, obviously, is the 1964. And those, again, you see dealers asking $190, $200 for the 1964, the most common date. Here you're getting the entire set for $1,095. A lot of folks calling in. That's $121.67 a coin for the finest proof Lincoln cents, the last Lincoln cents struck at the old Philadelphia Mint, surviving in the highest grade ever received from NGC. These are the same holders, the same procedures that NGC uses to house the coins in the Smithsonian Institute, the finest collection of United States coins in the country in the Smithsonian Institute, in these same kinds of holders. And here you're getting the finest proof Lincolns. You will not find this kind of opportunity, folks, anywhere else. Nowhere else will you get an entire set like this for $1,095. There was a 1963 that we had earlier, Kim, where a gentleman wanted a 1963 in proof 68. There was a couple of them in proof 68. For a 1963, a dealer with 100% positive feedback, and it's $400 for a proof 68. I imagine that if he had a proof 69, he'd want $1,000 or $1,500 for it. I've got the entire set here for $121.67 a coin. That includes those 3 wheatbacks, those 3 rarest, most valuable wheatbacks. The entire set for only $1,095 from Kim and I. Thank you for watching this most exciting presentation. It's always a thrill to be able to offer you United States coins that represent the ultimate in eye appeal, the ultimate in quality, have tremendous condition rarity, at just a great, great price, a great, great buying opportunity. You know, if you can get a few of these sets, if we have a few left, you have a couple of kids, put one away for each of them. I mean, it's a kind of set that will really, really be good to you over the years ahead. Thank you for watching. A few days ago, I watched a documentary on the Revolutionary War. It was a 6 or 7 part series in 1-hour segments. And I was struck once again by the incredible, ultimate sacrifice men and women of our country have made time and again in the Revolutionary War and in many wars since, to give up everything, including life itself, for liberty. That one word, liberty, so that we Americans may all live in a free country, a land of liberty. Now, when Patrick Henry uttered those famous words, "Give me liberty or give me death," it wasn't just a nice sounding speech. He really meant it. We are most fortunate to have inherited those freedoms passed down to us from the sacrifices of past generations of Americans, and that we Americans living today must in turn protect and preserve for the generations to come. It's all there on every one of our coins. That word, liberty. It's on every United States coin struck today. We have so much to be grateful for. And we have our coins as our inspiration, our daily reminder of who we are. There are many reasons I love United States coins, but for me personally, this is the most important reason. It is what United States coinage stands for, what our country stands for, and what we stand for. When I look at a U.S. coin, I think again how proud I am to be an American. Hello, I'm Rick Tamaska, and welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I've got a fabulous collection for you today. There are 35 of the most spectacular, beautiful coins, and they were struck over 50 years ago, folks. This one collection I'm most proud of being able to offer. Now, if you were to ask me, Rick, if you were to pick a spectacular set of coins based on your almost 40 years of experience specializing in the finest United States proof coins, from the finest proof Morgan dollar collection to the finest proof Franklin half dollar collection featured on the PCGS and NGC websites, what rare coins would you recommend for me as a collector? Rare coins that I can still acquire without taking a loan out at the bank. That won't cost me $2,000, $5,000, $10,000 or more, but offer the future potential because of their rarity, their collector appeal, to be the $2,000, $5,000, $10,000 coins of the future in my lifetime. What coins, what collection would you recommend? Today, you have my answer. The set I have for you today ranks among the finest, most significant proof coins a collector can own from the most important era in the United States proof production in the 20th century. And as important, while I have these coins, I have them at a price that I didn't think was possible, folks. But for some hard work and a little bit of luck. This set belongs in the Smithsonian. The set I have for you today is the end of an era. Take a look at this collection. The end of an era collection, featuring proof coins struck in 1964, the last year that proof coins were struck at the old Philadelphia Mint, 1964, using technologies basically from a bygone era. The same basic technologies as the Mint was using back in the 1800s, folks. They were still using in 1964, some 60 years ago. And that was the last year, 1964, our half dollars, quarters, and dimes were struck on 90% silver planchets. The set goes further back in time, to the 1963 proof Franklin, the last year of the Franklin half dollar series, the 1963 year set. And then we have the 1962 year set. Every coin hand-selected in exceptional proof 67 condition. This is why it has my Everest seal. It means I personally reviewed the coin for exceptional quality and eye appeal for the date and grade. Got the 1961. As you go back in time, folks, these coins get rarer and rarer in this high-grade condition. And in a few minutes, I'll explain why. And here we have the 1960. The 1960. As we go back in time, the proof mintages get lower and lower. Only around 1.6 million proof sets were struck in 1960. About half the total that were struck in 1963. Proof 67, folks. These coins are pristine and flawless to the naked eye. Deeply mirrored fields. And I'm going to explain in a minute what a proof coin is. 1959. This was a most important historic year because that 1959 Lincoln cent was the first year the Lincoln cent was struck with the memorial reverse, celebrating the 150th anniversary of the birth of Abraham Lincoln. He was born in 1809. And finally, we have what I refer to as the king of the series, the 1958 year set. featuring the rarest half dollar of all in this extraordinary condition of Proof 67. And the 1958 year was the last year the United States Mint struck the extraordinary wheatback Lincoln cent. The 58 year is a must-have year that completes this collection, folks. There are individual coins in this 35 coin end-of-era collection that major coin dealers are asking $300, $400, $900, and more for individual coins. And I'm not even talking about the Proof Franklin half dollars in this collection, which individually are the most valuable coins of all. Here's a few comps from established dealers. Every one of them are dealers with very high ratings, around 98% or 100% positive feedback, hundreds, thousands of happy customers. Here's a 1958 Lincoln, a dealer with 100% positive feedback, $400. Here's another 1958 Lincoln. Again, a dealer with 100% positive feedback, over 1,000 happy customers, $250 for just that 58 wheatback Lincoln. 1964, the most common of the Lincoln cents in Proof 67 grade, a dealer with over 60,000 happy customers, 99.9% positive feedback, $550 for the 1964 Lincoln cent alone. 1958 Jefferson nickel at first year of issue, over 2,200 happy customers, 100% positive feedback. A 1958 Jefferson Proof 67, $975. Here's a 1959 Jefferson, $135. One last coin, last year, again, the 1964 Washington quarter, the most common of all the Washington quarters in Proof 67. Again, a dealer with 100% positive feedback, $300 for just that Washington quarter, 1964. If you were to find comparables for all 35 coins in the set, it would be $200 to $300 a coin. The set would be $7,000 to $10,000, folks. But this is my specialty. This is what I've been focused on for over 35 years. Now, for you folks who may be new to collecting and are not familiar with what a proof coin is, there are basically two kinds of coins struck by the U.S. Mint. There are coins struck for commerce, like the coins you have in your pocket or purse. I've got, for example, some 1964 Kennedy half dollars that were struck for commerce that never made it into circulation. They're uncirculated, but they were struck for commerce. And here's what they look like. Coins struck for commerce, folks. The Mint's goal when striking coins for commerce is to mint these coins in quantity and as inexpensively as possible to meet the needs of our economy. These coins are struck once off high-speed presses, ejected into bins to be shipped to banks around the country. So when you get one of these coins in your hand from the bank teller, even though it's never been in circulation, it will typically have a lot of marks and abrasions from the minting process, as you see on these Mint State Kennedys. There's abrasions all over the surface of these coins. Those are your typical uncirculated Mint State coins struck for commerce. Proof coins, on the other hand, proof coins are meant to represent the state of the minter's art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. Proof coins can only be acquired by special ordering them from the Treasury. Now, the making of a proof coin, especially back in the 1960s and earlier, when they were still being made at the old Philadelphia Mint, when proof making was not so much technology driven as it is today, back in the 1960s and earlier, the making of a single proof coin was a very labor-intensive process. While nowadays, with our advanced technologies, machines really have taken over much of the proof-making process. But back in 1964 and earlier, when these modern technologies were not available, the making of a proof coin was much more of an art, a craft. And the quality of the proof coin being produced depended at 100% on the skill level of the craftsman preparing the proof dies and the coin blanks, the proof coin blanks, the planchets. The handling of the delicate proof coin once it was struck, also very important. Now, the craftsman in charge of preparing the proof die would first select the finest dies struck from the master die, and that die would be polished on a buffing wheel until the surfaces of the die had a true mirror finish. You could actually see your image in the die. So when you look, for example, at one of these proof coins, one of the proof Franklins, for example, it has a deep mirror finish. Now, these mirrored proof coins are very delicate, you can imagine. Once both the obverse and reverse dies displayed the level of perfection desired, they were placed in the coin press, ready to strike coins. Now, there was also, though, the preparation of the coin blank, the planchet, which required careful cleaning. Planchets were carefully weighed to ensure they were the exact weight. They were also cleaned. They were placed in the bath, a soap solution. And once they were ready, they were slowly placed into the die, and each coin blank was struck twice under higher pressure to bring every possible detail of the design as the mint intended. And then, most importantly, the coin was individually handled and placed in its own compartment so as not to abrade with any other coins. So proof coins in this 1958 to 1964 era were struck in very limited numbers in comparison to coins struck for commerce. And here I have a chart that illustrates the vast difference in mintages between the coins struck for commerce and proof coins. In 1958, the first year of our collection, the mint produced only 875,000 proof sets. For commerce, though, they struck over 28 million half dollars, 84 million Washington quarters, over 168 million dimes. The Lincoln cents, the last year of the Wheatback Lincoln, they struck over 1 billion Lincoln cents. Now, what you'll see as you go through this era, the mintages increase. By 1961, the mint was able to issue 3 million proof sets because of the tremendous demand. On the other hand, look at the growing mintages for all the coins struck for commerce. The final year of this set, 3.9 million proof sets. But the Kennedy half dollar, they struck over 429 million just for the Kennedy half dollar, over 1 billion Washington quarters, over 2 billion Roosevelt dimes. You look at the Lincoln cents, over 6 billion Lincoln cents. Now, this is the end of an era collection. The end of an era. You saw those drastic increases in mintages. After World War II, folks, nations around the globe were all investing in rebuilding their countries. And there was a growing demand for silver, which was a vital, precious metal necessary for many industries, most notably electrical equipment and transmission systems. The tremendous growth in our economy can be seen in the mintages of all our coinage from 1958 to 1964 that you just saw. Tremendous demand in commerce. For the first time, the demand for silver around the globe began to outpace the ability of the silver mines to produce it. It was essential that the United States Treasury keep the price of silver below $1.29 per ounce. For if the price of silver were to go above $1.29 an ounce, the value of the silver in all our dimes, quarters, and half dollars, and Morgan and Peace dollars, the value of the silver would be worth more in silver than the face value of the coins. And so the Treasury began to sell the silver it had stockpiled for many decades to meet the growing demand for this precious metal. In 1961, the Treasury realized that at the rate it was selling its silver, its reserves would run dry within a few years. And so a decision was made to convert our once silver dimes, quarters, to clad, beginning in 1965, with no silver content. And the silver content of the half dollars would be reduced from 90% silver to 40% silver in 1965. And yet, by 1971, the Treasury stockpile of silver, which stood at 2.1 billion ounces in 1959, was down to 180 million ounces in 1971. With the tremendous demand for silver and the Treasury no longer able to fill that gap between supply and demand, silver began to rapidly increase in value, reaching $5.40 in 1974, about 4 times its value only a decade earlier. These end of an era, proof Roosevelt dimes, Washington quarters, Franklin and 1964 Kennedy half dollars, folks, were the last years that these coins were struck on 90%, the traditional 90% silver planchets of the type the Mint had been using since the early 1800s. The most important point to remember, I originally told you that proof coins are intended to be the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. And it's that last phrase, the technology of the day, that makes this extraordinary end-of-era 35 coin collection in Proof 67 so special and so rare. These were the last years of proof coins being struck at the Philadelphia Mint using those older technologies. Your typical proof sets from that era, folks, as low as those mintages were, I've got a couple original sets to show you. Here's a 1958 set. This is from a collection I bought of about 100 sealed sets. There are 100 sealed sets, folks, and you take a look at the half dollar in this set. You'll notice the small white spots over the surface of the half dollar. There are also some similar spots on the Washington quarter. This was the biggest problem with the silver proof coins from this era. And I write about it in my first book. Now, we refer to them as milk spots, but I actually went to the trouble of taking one of these coins with those spots and sending it to a laboratory for analysis. And what came back was the fact that that spot was actually a kind of a soap residue on the coin. Remember how I told you that the coin blanks would be washed in a soap solution before going into the die press? Well, in that early era at the Philadelphia Mint, the quality control simply was not what it is today. Most of those silver blanks would have little bits of soap residue still on the blank. And when that coin blank went into the die, and the coin press came down for the half dollars with 200 tons of pressure, that residue was struck into the blank. It became a part of the coin. And it's a huge problem for proof coins, especially proof silver coins from this era. This is the most important part of the presentation, folks, is the quality of these coins. Proof 67. Sasha has some examples here of some Franklin half dollars that have obvious imperfections. Here's a 1959, a Proof 65, but you can see the obvious milk spot at around 8 o'clock in the obverse field. That's your typical 1959 Franklin. Here's one, another Franklin, one grade higher. Here's a 1962 and proof 66. Again, you could see a lighter spot, but very large at around 9 o'clock in the obverse field. And finally, we have a Franklin graded by NGC in proof 67, but it's not in my pedigree We the People holder. You could see the obvious milk spot at around 7 o'clock, right below Franklin. And that's a proof 67. Every one of these Franklin half dollars in my We the People holder. The We the People holder means I have personally reviewed the coin and it's exceptional for the date and grade. It'll be flawless to the human eye, folks. Every coin in this collection is of extraordinary quality, essentially flawless to the naked eye, in proof 67 condition. Now, again, if you're new to collecting and wondering, okay, proof 67, what does that mean? Well, coins are graded on a 70-point standard, from a low of 1, which is a coin that's very heavily worn, where you can barely read the date, to the highest possible grade of 70. 70 represents a coin that's flawless under high magnification. Proof 67 is an extraordinary grade. This is the perfect set at the perfect grade. 1958 to 1964, every coin the United States Mint struck in proof condition, in exceptional proof 67 condition I've personally reviewed. Folks, I'd be able to offer 100 times as many sets in a lower proof 65 or proof 66 grade. But as I showed you earlier, the coins would have flaws that are obvious to the naked eye. With this proof 67 set, you're getting exceptional eye appeal, quality, and rarity at an incredible collector-friendly price. This is something only I'm able to offer because this is what I've been specializing in for over 35 years. Beginning with my first book that came out in late 1991, Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage, which talked about proof coins from this era. I've got the complete set, 1958 to 1964, the end of an era collection. Call in now. Every coin hand-selected, in exceptional proof 67 condition. This is why it has my Everest seal. The complete set, folks, at only $42.71 a coin. $1,495 for the entire collection. The entire 35 coin collection. $1,495. These coins are in the state-of-the-art NGC holders. Every single coin. Take a look at that 1958. The last year of the Wheatback Lincoln. You know, a coin that dealers are asking $250, $300 for. You know, again, these are dealers with 100% positive feedback. Take a look at this 58 Lincoln in proof 67. Absolutely flawless to the naked eye, extraordinary quality. As pristine as the day it was struck, folks. It was like the coin was struck and you caught it on the pillow and you saved it in a vacuum all these decades. And then 58 Jefferson, a coin that a highly rated dealer with 100% positive feedback, proof 67 wanted over $900 for, just for this 58 Jefferson. Again, we have the entire collection for $1,495. The 1958 Franklin, the rarest coin in the Franklin series in this set, folks. To get in this extraordinary condition, this is exceptional, folks. Spot-free specimen, these are so rare in the condition you see it. In the We the People pedigree holder. The We the People pedigree Franklin holders These coins have their own individual populations in the NGC census, folks. And we'll skip to the last set in the series, the 1964. A historic year. This was the last year that your dimes, quarters, and half dollars were struck on 90% silver planchets. It was the first year of the Kennedy half dollar series. You saw one dealer with over 60,000 happy customers. A 1964 Lincoln in Proof 67 red that he wanted over $500 for. Again, I've only gave you comparables from highly established dealers. Now, Washington Quarter, the dealer wanted $300 for. And finally, you have the Kennedy half dollar in this set, folks, that dealers are asking $400 for in Proof 67 condition. Again, this is in a pedigree holder. I call it the Kennedy aspiration holder. Most inspirational quotes that I really love: ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. And when in his speech in 1961, I believe it was, he said, we choose to go to the moon by the end of the decade. And we accomplished that feat in July of 1969. And here's just a superb specimen in Proof 67 condition, folks. All of this for only $1,495. Better yet, if you can't swing the entire amount today, we do have the two-payment option. Half down today, only $747.50, and we will put one of these collections aside for you and pay the balance in 30 days. When you get the complete set, you get the final edition of my Franklin and Kennedy guidebook with approximately 400 color pictures, a date-by-date analysis of all the Franklin and Kennedy half dollars, great high-quality pictures, date-by-date analysis explaining the rarity, why they are so rare. The first edition received the Numismatic Literary Guild's Extraordinary Merit Award. It's something I'm very proud of because what it does is it tells me that these books provide the collector with the vital information they need to make the wisest possible buying decisions. And that's what it's all about, folks. You'll get one of these books signed by me with this collection. Again, every one of these coins, not just Proof 67, but reviewed by me for the finest possible quality for the date and grade with my Everest seal. Now, if there's just one individual year that you would desire, give our operator a call and you can acquire one of those years. But you save when you buy the complete collection for only $1,495. These are my Everest selections, every coin with my Everest seal, folks. Every one of these coins have gone through intense scrutiny, submitted to NGC. Now you look at the NGC process here. Their grading fee, average grading fee is $25 for a coin. Every one of these coins has been curated. What that means is when you have a coin in your hand, if you look at it and you breathe on the coin, you're going to leave a residue on the coin that's eventually going to tarnish and spot the coin. Now, whether or not these coins have been mishandled, every single one has been curated, where it's put in a solution that removes any kind of contaminant, which means once it's encapsulated in these airtight holders, these coins will be as pristine and flawless 50 and 100 years from now as they are today. And that is so critically important. The total fees for one of these coins, when you include the cost of the coin, is around $150. This is something where I had an amazing collection of these coins, which I submitted to NGC, and I negotiated the lowest possible rate to have these coins graded and curated in these state-of-the-art NGC holders, and I've passed those savings on to you. Every one, again, has my Everest seal, meaning I've reviewed every one of these coins to be of the finest possible Proof 67 quality for about $42 a coin. This is a great opportunity for the collector of today to get these very rare proof coins from a bygone era, the end of an era, this most historic era at the U.S. Mint. The last year These dimes, quarters, and half dollars were struck on those traditional 90% silver planchets. The last year, these coins were struck at the old Philadelphia Mint using those old proof-making technologies from a bygone era. This offers you the ultimate in eye appeal, quality, and rarity at the most collector-friendly price possible. So there's a lot of exciting things taking place in the United States proof coins today, and this is at the heart of the United States proof production. To my right here, this will be an encyclopedia on Franklin and Kennedy half dollars that I've been working on. Been getting a lot of help from Mike Canavino and Caitlin Tomaska. This book is near completion, folks. It will be an encyclopedia published by Whitman, and you see this, this is a mock-up that we have for the cover, but it's nearing completion, so I have this on display here. This is a book, that really we put our heart and soul in, that we want to be the best possible, most informative book for all those collectors of today and for the collectors of future generations, folks. That's what it's all about. This era, the end of an era, 1958 to 1964, the last coin struck at the old Philadelphia Mint using those old technologies, and these are among the finest surviving specimens. $747.50 down, and we'll hold one of these sets for you and pay the balance in 30 days, folks. It's a great opportunity. This is a set you want to put away for the long term, pass on to your kids, your grandkids. Some truly rare and beautiful proof coins struck from this bygone era. When you would buy one of these sets, folks, back in that time, 1958 to 1964, in these packages with these cellophane envelopes that I showed you earlier in the presentation, there would be a little note in every proof set. And it's kind of humorous because, I've showed you how these coins are typically flawed. The vast majority of the coins are flawed. Yet you get this note, I'll read it to you. Your U.S. proof coins have been carefully inspected before release. If there should appear a defect, it is no doubt a crease in the polyethylene-coated cellophane in which they are encased. We tell you this to save us both unnecessary correspondence. Thank you. Ray Beester, Superintendent. Okay, so they had a sense of humor. Back in 1958, you bought your proof set from the Mint, came in this cellophane envelope, you look at this half dollar, these silver coins, folks, this is the typical quality. Look at the spot on that coin, the milk spot from incomplete washing of the coin blank. And that's all it is, incomplete washing of the coin blank. This was your typical quality back in the 50s and 60s, the end of an era. The coins we have here, the finest surviving specimens without those spots and those imperfections. Proof 67 at a great collector-friendly price, folks. This is what I've always stressed. I call it the three legs of the stool. To acquire coins with exceptional eye appeal for the date and grade, exceptional quality, and rarity at a collector-friendly price. And when it comes to United States proof coins, this is as good as it gets. Thank you for watching. What we have today, folks, Caitlin, I have not been able to offer this to our viewers, I think, in about 4 years.
Yeah, it's been a while.
And what we have today is the reason why we're working on this new book. And you're doing the photography, and it's really exciting on the United States proof coinage, but it also includes special mint set coinage. And as you know, because you were looking at a collection just several weeks ago, I don't know how many tens of thousands of special mint sets you looked at, but you know just about as much about special mint set coins as I do.
Yeah.
And you know how terrible the quality is, and how, I mean, you're sitting there looking at set after set after set of this amazing and original collection, and the quality is just, you know, it's like.
It's really underrated for how difficult it is to find a very clean SMS coin. It's just, I'm actually surprised that there isn't even a bigger following, because it is so difficult to get a really nice, pristine example, much less with nice mirrors.
Well, you know, I bear responsibility for that. That's my fault, because I don't do enough presentations on special. No, really, one of the reasons I don't do many special presentations on special mint set coins is because nice examples are so hard to get. So that's the irony, folks. What we have today is the finest group of special mint set coins. Again, I've offered in many, many years, and some of these sets are among the finest known. Now, first of all, you look on the cover of this, my very first book, there's a special mint set coin right here, 1967 Kennedy. This coin here, when I first wrote this book, I mean, this coin, I think I paid about $700 for it. I recently bought a special mint set $50, folks, that I paid somewhere around $30,000 for, okay? Because I know how tough these coins are. Now, what exactly are special mint set coins? Special mint set coins were only struck, well, the very first special mint set coins were struck in 1965. You see, in 1964, we had proof coins. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the mint's able to produce, given the technology of the day. But then in 1965, the mint decided, well, they're not going to go to the trouble of making proof coins anymore. So in 1965, they started striking what they called special mint set coins, which were meant to represent the state of the art. But they didn't receive the same kind of treatment and special care that proof coins received. And I have, again, a lot of detailed information here in my first book about special mint set coins, which I'll also have in the upcoming book. But and here are just a few of the differences. First of all, proof dies received a lot of polishing and special treatment. So did special mint set dies, but they didn't receive as much polishing to the same degree as proof dies. Very importantly, special mint set dies were used for a much longer period of time before they would replace the die with a new die. Proof dies they might replace after just a few thousand strikes. Special mint set die they might use for 50,000 strikes, so you had a lot of coins struck from very worn dies. Proof coins were struck at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. Special mint set coins were just struck once under, normal pressure. You had a lot of softly struck coins. Most importantly, though, proof coins, once struck, were individually handled. They weren't allowed to abrade with any other coins. Special mint set coins were basically dumped into bins like normal commercial strikes. They had bag marks. They had spots. They had all kinds of problems. And I just remember, because I was a collector back then, in 1964, I loved proof coins. And then in 1965, the Mint issued their special mint sets for the very first time. And I had the same reaction that collectors across the country had. And when I saw the coins, they looked like regular mint state coins. It was an incredible disappointment. So, folks, here is an original envelope, original special mint set as it came from the U.S. Mint in 1965. And I remember, getting my set, and opening it up, and the first thing I noticed, there were marks on the coin, on the $50. Caitlin, why don't you cut this coin out? First of all, show it to the set intact to the viewers so they can see the coin there. There may not have been as many marks as, say, on a mint state Kennedy $50, but still there were an abundance of bag marks, which was very disconcerting because these are supposed to represent the finest possible quality you could get from the U.S. Mint. And if we can zoom in and she tilts it around, you can see marks on the cheek there, above his ear there. There's a really nice scuff in the hair there that you can see. If you can point to that, right below the R there in Liberty, Caitlin's pointing to it there, and in his cheek area. You know, just scuff marks all over the coin. And that was just one of the problems. Then you had the problem with the Lincoln cents. Poor packaging, the quality of the Lincoln cents were atrocious. Here's several sets that I have, folks. Take a look at the Lincoln in there. It's brown. You know, it doesn't have that original red color. I mean, you have Lincoln after Lincoln. Here's one that's brown and spotted. Spotting carbon spots were a huge problem. If we can zoom in on this, because there's some serious spotting you could see there in his hair, in back of his head. Some of those spots there, and the reverse as well. Coin after coin after coin. You can see a carbon spots above, right at the top there around 12 o'clock. I mean, this is your typical quality in these sets. Here's a 65 cent. This is actually a very superior piece for 1965. We zoom in, obverse looks pretty nice. Flip it over. You can look at that spot there at around on the 1 cent, the carbon spot. You know, so those are among the greatest problems. The bottom line, folks, is that these coins are really, really elusive in MS-67 and higher grade. Now, the special mint set coins were only struck for 3 years, 1965, 66, and 67. And because the quality was so poor, the last year they made them was 1967. Even these coins were atrocious. Here's a 1967. In 1967 now, they issued them in these plastic holders like this. Which was better than the cellophane envelopes, but still not real good because, as Caitlin said, a lot of the coins would be really hazy. But you look at this coin and you look at all the marks on it. It looks like it was run over by a Sherman tank. You see the dies were polished and everything, but obvious bag marks from abrasions with the reading marks from other coins on this 67 half dollar. What I have today. And this has taken me several years, Caitlin and I, several years to put together. We have the 1965. First of all, the last year of proof production at the Philadelphia Mint, 1964, they struck almost 4 million proof sets. 1965, they only made just over 2 million special mint sets. So about half that number as proof sets in 64. 66, it was around 2 million as well, and in 1967 is like 1.8 million. And again, most of these coins are really, really horrible quality. What I've done is taken several years in the earlier proof coins. I've taken the 1955 proof coin NGC populations and the 1963, because 63 was the last year of the Franklin half dollar. And I've taken the 1964 proof coin populations because 1964 was the first year of the Kennedy half dollar, and it was the year immediately preceding the special mint set coins. And I've got there the NGC population totals. And you can see, for example, the 1955, even though they made struck fewer than 400,000 proof sets that year, they've graded, as far as the Lincoln cent is the rarest denomination that year in proof 69 condition, because the Lincoln cent, again, just as with the special mint set Lincoln cents, you got problems with carbon spots and toning, all kinds of issues. So they only have 229 examples graded in proof 69. I've seen those things go for $1,500, $2,000, $2,500 in proof 69, 1955 Lincoln. Then you get to the 1963 years. You can see how rare those coins are in 6.7, 6.8, and 6.9 grade. Only a couple thousand graded in 6.8 for most of those denominations. 64 Kennedy. Quality was higher in that last year of proof production at the Philadelphia Mint. You still see a lot more coins graded in proof 68 and proof 69. The quality was much higher in that last year of proof production at the Philadelphia Mint than in those earlier years. But then you get to the special mint set coins. That first year of the 65, look at the Kennedy. 7,500 graded in 6-7 condition. Scarce coin, only a couple thousand quarters. And look at the total for the Lincoln cents, 1,200 coins. Most importantly, look at the 6-8 populations. 53 examples of the Lincoln cent in 6-8, folks. 53 coins, none in 6-9. Then you go to the 1966. Very similar, although in 6-8, 66 Lincoln cent is about as rare in 6-8 as the 55 Lincoln is in 6-9. And the same holds true for the 1967. Folks, take a look. We'll start with this 1965, that first year of issue. Every coin in MS 67 condition. Again, only around 1,200 of the Lincolns graded in MS 67. These are among the finest surviving examples. We put in all the work, cut out all the middlemen. We did all the labor, and believe me, it was weeks and weeks of work, going through literally tens of thousands from an original collection. We got first crack at, and we're passing the savings on to you. This is a group of coins that I feel are among the most undervalued coins of the 20th century, especially at the prices I have them for you today. And wait till you see the 68s on top of it. I only have a handful of these sets in MS 68, folks. They're just extremely rare. It's taken me literally many years to assemble the small group of these sets in MS 68, where every coin is an MS 68. If you want to put together the highest matching grade set of special mint set coins, the highest matching grade set you'll be able to assemble is MS 68. Because the one date, the 1965 Lincoln, has never been graded higher than MS 68. That is the highest grade. You take a look at what some dealers are asking for some of these coins. The 1965, this an ungraded 1965 Kennedy half dollar, just the Kennedy half dollar, $350. The 1966. Here's a top-rated seller on eBay, over 4,000 happy customers. Okay, so this is an established, top-rated seller on eBay, just for the Kennedy half dollar in 6-7 condition. I think that's a high price. Okay, no question about it, $2,500. Here's the same top-rated seller. He has one in MS 68. But here's a 1966, a little closer to the real world, but this is a dealer with 100% positive feedback for just the half dollar. He wants $660-some. Here's a 1965. MS 66, though, an MS 66, not a 67, $395. The 65 Lincoln, the key date, MS 68. Here's one that sold many, many years ago, sold for almost $2,000. For that just for the 65 Lincoln in MS 68 red, SMS. Then a few years later, another one came onto the market, went for about $3,000, over $1,000 more. The 1967, the one that appeared on the market, went for $460 just for that 1967. Here's what I got for you today. Starting with the 1965 set, folks. You saw some dealers just asking for the half dollar alone, several $100s. Again, we did all the work. We cut out the middlemen. We've got this entire set, all 5 coins. The entire set, not $995 or $595 or even $395. So there you see the half dollar, MS 67. Taking a look at the set. That extremely rare Lincoln cent, only 1,227 coins graded. The entire set, $195. For this key date, look at that, 65 Lincoln. It is phenomenal. This is where I get really excited, you know, because folks, we were down there in the trenches looking at the coin, so to speak. You know, looking at thousands and thousands and thousands of these coins, and to come up with something like this, so we can offer it for $195. And then the 1966 set. It's the same quality, not quite as rare, but extremely rare. I mean, only 2,000 examples graded in 6.7 for the Lincoln. And that $50, you saw dealers asking $700 for MS-67 halves. We've got the 66 set for only $129, the entire set. That's not just the $50, that's the entire 5-coin set. The Lincoln alone should be $129. The Kennedy alone should be $129. The entire set, $129. And then the last year of the special mint set series, the 1967. About the same rarity as the 1966 in high grade. Those 1967s, the last year of the series, very few surviving in this kind of condition. Look at that $50. The entire set, only $129. Here's the best part of all. We have a limited quantity of these 3-coin collections. That's 15 coins in all, 5 coins for each year, 15 coins in all, the entire collection, $395. $395. That's an amazing opportunity. Folks, when I cut out, let's say we cut out the middlemen. Here we have the coins graded by NGC. If you submit just one of these coins to NGC, the grading fee is $20, a $10 handling fee, $24 shipping fee. You know, the shipping of the coin to NGC is $10, $15. The cost, you have the cost of the coin. Your average cost is $90 a coin. Here you're getting the 15-coin collection for $395. That is roughly, you know, it's less than $30 a coin. Less than $30 a coin in MS-67 condition. Now, the set in 6.8, we're going to be closing it out right here. This is the ultimate. I have a limited number of these sets in 68 condition. This is the highest grade collection I've ever been able to offer. I have not offered these sets in 6.8 in many, many years. This is essentially perfection, folks. There's the $50. Folks, we have the quarter, the dime in MS-68. The nickel is a tough coin in MS-68. 65 Jefferson nickel, only 153 examples graded in 6.8 because the nickel is a very hard planchet. You got poor metal flow. A lot of the coins are pitted. The Jefferson nickel is really tough in MS-68. There's only one graded higher. And the Lincoln cent, this is the king of them all. The 65 year set, $1,995. Then we get to the 1966 year set in MS-68. Extremely rare coins, only 1,300 Kennedy $50 graded in 6.8. 438 Washington quarters. That's a really tough coin in 6.8 condition. That Washington quarter, only 438 quarters. The Jefferson nickel, the second rarest issue in 6.8 for that year because, again, the nickel, a very hard planchet. You had poor metal flow. A lot of the nickels had pitting on the high points of Jefferson. Here you got a fully struck piece, no marks, MS-68, only one graded, only 280 graded. And then the 1966 Lincoln, only 234 graded. Folks, this should be a $5,000 set. Again, we did all the work. We only have a handful of these, $795. Think about that for an MS-68 set. And finally, the 1967 set. About the same rarity as that 1966 set, except the Kennedy is rare in 1967 than the 1966. Only 799 Kennedy $50 graded in 6.8. And that 1967 Jefferson, only 236 examples of the Jefferson in 6/8. 236 examples, 2 higher. Every coin 6/8, and that Lincoln, only 252 examples graded, only 1 higher. You saw some of them sell in auction for almost $500 just for the Lincoln cent. The 1967 set, also only $795. Here's the best part of all. Individually, that comes to $3,585. You want the entire 3-coin collection, the ultimate special mint set collection, folks, all 15 coins, $3,295. We have a limited number of these sets. We've got a lot of people calling in. Got to close it here now because, again, very limited quantities. It's been many years since I've been able to offer this special mint set collection that you see here in this kind of condition. It's taken a lot of work for Caitlin and I putting this together. It's one of the inspirations, though, for our upcoming book because of opportunities like this that are available to the collector of today. I hope you can take advantage of it. From Caitlin and I, thank you for watching. For the best in rare coin collecting, watch me, Rick Tamaska, on Rick's U.S. Coin Show, right here on Rare Collectibles TV. I've got a coin for you today from my Green Vault, folks. My Green Vault is where I put my coins that are just the most spectacular treasures in U.S. numismatics. Coins that I know that once I part with them, I'll never see one like it again, that are irreplaceable, finest known. And I'm a collector, longtime collector since I was 10 years old, and I've always wanted the finest known. I mean, the very first coins I ever bought were a 1962 proof set. It wasn't the finest known 1962 proof set, but it was all I could afford for $7, okay? Well, this coin is a real treasure. It's from the Civil War era, which makes it especially important because when we're talking about rare coins, especially proof coins from the Civil War era, not many coins were put away during that era. You have to figure, the war effort involved almost everyone. And certainly if a coin was struck at the Philadelphia Mint, nobody in the South wanted to own it. So you had very few survivors, very few proof coins from that era struck at the Philadelphia Mint which have survived in exceptional condition. This coin ranks among the finest proof-seeded dollars from that era in ultra cameo condition, certainly from 1861 to 1864. Here's a picture of the coin that I have in this box, folks. It's the 1862 Proof 65 Ultra Cameo, one of the crown jewels of U.S. numismatics, the finest known 1862 Ultra Cameo seeded dollar. Now, how rare is this coin? Well, here's a chart I put together of all the Ultra Cameo seeded dollars from 1861 to 1865. This chart is great. So you've got that first year there of the Civil War, 1861. First of all, they only struck 1,000 seeded dollars in 1861. None have survived in any kind of ultra cameo condition. Then you have the 1862 that I have today. The total mintage was only 550 coins. This is the only survivor in any kind of superb condition. There aren't any proof 62s, 63s, or 64s. And here you have this spectacular Proof 65 Ultra Cameo. 1863, 1864, 0 across the board. And then you get to 1865, and you see 5 in 6.5 Ultra Cameo and 6 in 6.6 Ultra Cameo. Why all of a sudden do you see those 1865s? Well, the Civil War, folks, ended on May 9th in 1865. You had collectors, citizens once again, who were able to pursue their hobby. And so in the tail end of 1865, you saw some seeded dollars being put away by the few collectors that were out there. And so you saw a few survivors in 6.5 Ultra Cameo, 6.6 Ultra Cameo in 1865. I've had a few of those over the years. But I've never had anything from this earlier vintage, folks. That 1861 to 1864 era. This is the only known gem Proof 65 Ultra Cameo. Once it's gone, I never see it again. That's why it's in my green vault. And it's not often I offer a green vault coin. I don't have too many of these, folks. I mean, this coin is really cool. It's struck during the Civil War. And how it survives in this condition, with brilliant surfaces, among the first strikes, because most of your proof coins that have survived in gem condition are heavily toned. They had no way to store these coins. Look at this coin. It looks like it was struck yesterday. It was struck in 1862, the early years of the Civil War. And it's what we refer to as the no motto variety. There is no "In God We Trust." The motto variety of the seeded dollar series is widely available in the year 1866, when Congress voted to add "In God We Trust" to our silver dollars. And so you see a lot more of the motto variety struck 1866 and later in Ultra Cameo condition. The Civil War era, these pieces, the no motto variety, folks, this is the ultimate. This is the ultimate. The price is based on my cost. I don't know what the ultimate value of a coin like this is. All I can tell you is I see a lot of coins out there that are very rare, but don't match the rarity of this piece, that are a lot more expensive. There was no way to store these coins back then. They didn't have plastics back then. Typically, when you see a high-grade seeded dollar, they're heavily toned. And this is the biggest problem. And now the toning can be attractive, but if you're going to buy a cameo proof, you want to see those cameo proof surfaces. Here's an 1840, your typical heavy toning, about $150,000, which is really a very, very fair price for an 1840 seeded dollar in 6.5 proof condition. But, again, eye appeal-wise, it has the typical splotchy toning that you'll see on these old early proof dollars. Here's an 1864 Civil War era seeded dollar in mint state condition. A gem mint state 65. Now again, this is a mint state coin, not a proof. A mint state coin, still $66,000. But folks, you get into the Morgan dollars. Here's an 1893 Morgan dollar that's been circulated, okay? It's not uncirculated. It's a AU58 PL. It's $250,000. Now, if you want a 93S, a key date in mint state condition, here's a mint state 63, over $400,000. What this coin's value is, what I believe is that its future will be in the $1 million plus range, okay? This is why I bought it. I'm able to offer it today for $105,000. It's absolutely spectacular. I mean, I love this coin. It is available on our 3-payment plan. If you are interested, put $35,000 down today and we'll hold the coin for you. The second payment in 30 days, the final payment in 60 days. Look at this. This is what I love most. These beautiful Ultra Cameo proofs. To think about the technology back then, folks. It wasn't as advanced as it is today. To have one so well preserved is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity from the Civil War era. This has been in my green vault for a long, long time, and I brought it out today. Once in a while, I bring one of these coins out for our loyal viewers. Now, as a reference point, we have the modern American Silver Eagles, which I love. With modern minting technologies, plastics to store them in, we can, strike these perfect coins. They're spectacular. They're a great opportunity for the collector of today, very reasonably priced. You can acquire them in proof 70, flawless condition for only $200-300 for the most common dates. But to have something like this from the Civil War era surviving in this condition, this 1862 is for a collector who really wants the very best, something that's absolutely irreplaceable, with just loads of future potential. Again, $105,000 for the finest Ultra Cameo seated dollar from the Civil War era, folks. I've specialized in these coins now for decades. I've put together the finest proof Morgan dollar collections. I have handled many of the finest proof seated dollars. I've never offered a Civil War era seated dollar from 1861 to 1864 in gem Ultra Cameo condition. This is just a breathtaking, breathtaking coin. Again, irreplaceable from my green vault. My green vault coins are coins that I buy that I just know are absolutely irreplaceable, that once I part with it, I'll never see the likes of it again. And I know from experience how rare these Civil War era proof coins are. So well preserved, folks. There is a book I am working on after I come out with my book on the Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. It's going to cover United States proof coins from 1858 to the present, because so few collectors understand the rarity of these early proof coins, especially in this original as-struck look, almost like it came off the die yesterday, so well preserved. And yet it was struck in 1862, over 150 years ago. It's a miracle. It's a miracle to have survived in this condition. And I think, again, it's based on my cost. If the individual I had acquired it from had asked twice the price, I probably still would have bought it. Because, again, where am I ever going to find another? I had never handled a seated dollar in gem Ultra Cameo condition from 1861 to 1864 before. Again, you can see from that population table one last time. This is the only one certified by NGC. From 1861 to 1864, there weren't even any certified in proof 62, 63, or 64 grade, folks. And here, out of the blue, is this one proof 65 Ultra Cameo. The only time you start to see these early no motto seated dollars in Ultra Cameo condition is 1864, after the Civil War had ended. And you see 5 graded in 6.5 in 1865, 6 graded in proof 66. Folks, this has been my specialty. I've helped my clients put together some of the finest early proof collections. My clients have received awards. Here's one given in 2003 for the finest proof Morgan collection given by NGC. This is what I do. This is what I love to do most. Offer my clients the kind of coins that they just can't find anywhere else. So if you're one of those people that can swing something like this, this is just a great truly once in a lifetime opportunity to coin that's absolutely, truly irreplaceable from my green vault. Thanks for watching. From day one, I have lived by a real simple mission statement. It's a mission statement that I share with every employee who comes to work. at Rare Collectibles TV. It's what we are all about. It's what our DNA is. It's real simple. It's that our service is providing the perfect coin for you. It's telling you, letting you know that we understand that coin collecting is a very personal experience and that we share your goal as fellow numismatic archaeologists to make the collecting experience as pleasurable and fun as possible for you. Thank you for these few minutes. This is as good as it gets, folks. The complete set, 1892 to 1915. Barber Silver Liberty half dollars. The 73 coin complete collection. A beautiful, beautiful set, hand selected, every single coin. This is one of the greatest values in U.S. numismatics today. These coins are so rare, so undervalued, and in the next several minutes, I'm going to show you step by step what makes this coin and this set so special. This is a tremendous opportunity. I'm so excited about this set, folks. I know my Liberty half dollars. Since 2004, one of my clients has owned the #1 ranked, finest known Barber Liberty half dollar collection that's featured on the NGC registry. That set took me over 10 years to complete for my client. I began working on this set around 1990 and finished in 2004. It was a tremendous achievement, and my client has been thrilled every year since. Now, that was the proof Barber half dollar collection. There are only 24 different dates in the 1892 to 1915 proof Barber Liberty half dollars, and they were only struck at the Philadelphia Mint. Today, I have the complete set of Barber Liberty half dollars struck for commerce from 1892 to 1915. Liberty half dollars that were struck at 4 different mints. They were struck at the Philadelphia Mint, the San Francisco Mint, the Denver Mint, and the New Orleans Mint. This is a most historical, consequential set because it was the bridge from the 19th century to the 20th century. The New Orleans Mint, folks, first minted coins in 1838, and it ended its over 70-year minting run in 1909, striking the Liberty half dollar that final year it was in operation, 1909. We have that coin right here in that set. Take a look at this 1909 New Orleans minted Liberty half dollar. These coins are so rare. All the New Orleans Liberty half dollars are very rare in superb condition as this coin. This coin that you're looking at, it's fine to very fine condition. It's amazing. And you'll see the New Orleans O mint mark on the reverse. Right below the eagle's tail feathers at 6 o'clock there, that O for New Orleans. And then the newly built Denver Mint struck their first half dollars on February 1st, 1906. We have that, of course, in this set. So the Liberty half dollar series, again, minted from 1892 to 1915, stands as the only silver half dollar series to be struck at the Philadelphia, San Francisco, New Orleans, and Denver mints. This is the ultimate silver half dollar set in terms of its absolute rarity. I love this set. Every date in this set, folks, has tremendous absolute rarity, meaning it's rare in any condition. There is not one common coin in this set. They're all rare, all 73 coins. First of all, let's just start with the mintages of all the half dollars struck from 1892 to 1970. And I stop at 1970 because after 1970, the mint removed all the silver content from the half dollar. So after 1970, the half dollars were struck in clad metal. So when you look at the mintages of all the half dollars in descending order from the highest mintage half dollars to the lowest mintage half dollars, at the very top you see the 1967 Kennedy. They minted over 295 million coins that year. 64P Kennedy, second, 273 million, just in that 1 year. And you go down the page, and you'll see some Walking Liberty half dollars. There at the very bottom, a 36P Walking Liberty half dollar, 12.6 million. Now we go to the second page, and we see a lot of Walking Liberty half dollars and some Franklin half dollars. 1962P Franklin, mintage of only 9.7 million. Now in red is where we see our Liberty Head Barber half dollars, the highest mintage issue, the 1899P. Only 5.5 million coins struck. That's the highest mintage coin in the series, folks. In any other series, in the Walking Liberty half series, the Franklin Kennedy half dollar series, this would be a very, very low mintage, but it's the highest in this Liberty Head series. We continue on. And here we get to some of the rarest Franklins with mintages of around 4 million, and you see more of these Barber Liberty Head half dollars with mintages of 3 million down to 2 million. As we get to the end of this chart, the Liberty Head half dollar series dominates. We get to the second to the last page, folks. We're getting down to 2 million and fewer coins. There are no Franklin half dollars or Kennedy half dollars with mintages this low. Only a few Walking Liberty half dollars. Look at all these Liberty Heads with mintages of around 1 million. And then the last page, this is incredible. Mintages under 1 million coins. And you have some walkers in there. 1921P, D, and S Walking Liberty half dollars, the lowest mintage Walking Liberty half dollars. That 21D there, the lowest mintage Walking Liberty half dollars. PCGS has only certified about 3,000 examples in all grades. 1921D Walking Liberty half dollar is a $2,000 to $4,000 coin in good, very good, fine condition. But here's the most important point. When we're talking about absolute rarity, we're talking about a coin survival in any condition. And when we're talking about these early Barber half dollars, these were struck before the Walking Liberty half dollars, which was first struck in 1916. There are just so few of these earlier Barber Liberty half dollars that have survived in gradable condition. They're usually damaged or just so heavily worn that they're just in horrible condition. Here's some of your typical early Liberty half dollars. Here's an 1897. You can barely read the date. And it's been cleaned, and then you flip it over, and you can barely see a mint mark there. There's hardly any detail left on this coin. There were very few collectors back in the 1890s and early 1900s. There was only the very wealthy collected coins. Very few of these coins were put away. Let me show you some more. These are not the kind of coins you're getting in the set. We select the finest examples that, have been in circulation, that have survived in undamaged condition in grades from good all the way up to, in some cases, very fine condition. Sasha, if we can show them the 1909 New Orleans Mint in that set. There you see the date. You can see all of Liberty. There's so much detail left on this coin. When you flip it around, you know, virtually all the detail is still intact. It's amazing quality. No damage, no scratches, no gouges. Now, when you acquire the set, you will get a copy of the Red Book. The Red Book has the grading guide for these coins, and it tells you exactly how to grade these coins. Now, when I say the coins are going to be from good to fine to very fine, here are their definitions, and it's really simple. This is the first book I acquired when I started collecting when I was 10 years old. I got myself a Red Book, and it has a brief grading guide for the Liberty half dollars, Barber or Liberty Head half dollar. And you can see there it says good, date and legends legible, Liberty worn off headband. Very good. Some letters are legible in Liberty. Fine. Liberty nearly complete, but worn. Very fine. All letters in Liberty evenly plain. You look at that 19090, you got a coin that's at least fine, possibly very fine condition. That's extraordinary. And there's other coins in there that are good, very good, undamaged coins. And that's what's so important, because most of the surviving Barber Liberty half dollars, this is how they look, folks. Here's a 1908. Not good enough for the album. Take a look at this coin, and you'll see scratches on the back. Again, these coins were the most heavily used in commerce. We'll go through more of these. Here's an 1893. Rim damage at 9 o'clock there. And it's very, very heavily worn on the reverse. You can't even tell if it has a mint mark. It's so heavily worn. Here's a 1915, last of the series. Nice coin, but it has light scratches when we tilt it around there on Liberty's face, kind of going diagonally across Liberty's face. See those light scratches? Again, this is typical wear that you'll see on these coins that were in circulation for decades and decades and decades. One more coin, 1898. You know, as low as these vintages are, this is, when you see survivors, this is what they look like. They're just very heavily worn. You're not going to get those. Take a look at the coins in this set as we go through there. This is an amazing set. I mean, you've got 73 half dollars. It's a heavy set. There's silver half dollars. You got the 1892 Philadelphia, 92 New Orleans, 1892 San Francisco. You go through all the dates. We'll go on down there. Every date and mint mark in the series, the complete set. Superb quality. Just superb quality. Hand selected. Every coin is going to be from good into fine, maybe even very fine in a couple cases in your set. The complete set. The next two charts will explain why I say this set is so undervalued. I've taken some of the rarest coins from this era that have been certified by PCGS, and there you see the populations. The rarest Morgan dollar is 1893S. We've got an 1879 CC Morgan dollar, 1916 piece Standing Liberty quarters, extremely rare, one of the rarest coins from that era. Around 2,000 examples certified in all grades. 1916D Mercury dime, another extreme rarity, only 9,500 coins certified. They only struck 264,000 coins. Very rare. These are among the rarest coins from the era. And then when you see these coins offered, folks, individual coins go for thousands and thousands of dollars. Here's an 1893S. Very fine details, scratched. It's an $8,500 coin. Here's a 1916 piece Standing Liberty quarter with a date that's barely readable. Barely readable. It's $4,700 just for one coin. 16D, Mercury dime, 9,500 certified. Here's one that's not even in the population report because it's damaged. It's still almost $1,600. Here's one that's not damaged, in good condition, for over $3,000. Okay, 9,500 certified. Now, the next few minutes are the most important part of this presentation. I spent really an entire afternoon putting this chart together that really is the most informative piece of this presentation. This chart is about the absolute rarity of these coins. Absolute rarity meaning the number of survivors in gradable condition. The total number certified, graded by PCGS, anywhere from about good to the highest possible grade. And you've seen some of the greatest rarities from this era, like the 1893 S Morgan dollar, with only about 7,000 examples certified in all grades. That sells for thousands of dollars. That 1916 piece Standing Liberty quarter, around 1,994 examples certified in all grades. Just a good example sells for $5,000–6,000. The 1916 D Mercury dime, the rarest Mercury dime with only 9,500 examples certified. A good example selling for $2,000 to $3,000. Now we have the entire Liberty half-dollar set ranked in order of their rarity from the highest number graded to the lowest. The most common example, the 1915P, 1,909 examples certified in all grades. That's a lower number, even lower than the 1916P Standing Liberty quarter. And they just get rarer from there, folks. Now, they're color-coded by mint. All the Denver mints you see there are in blue. The New Orleans mints are in red. And the San Francisco mints are in green. But as you can see there, we go numbers 9 and 10, we're below 1,000 coins. The two New Orleans mint coins, the 920, 080, only 960, 900 coins certified in all grades. And they just get rarer from there, folks. The next group, we're in the 800s. We get to number 18 there. We have coins with fewer than 800 examples certified in all grades. We're talking about coins that have tremendous absolute rarity. Even the most common coin there has tremendous absolute rarity. They only get rare from there, folks. They're all rare, all 73 coins. We get down to number 40, the 1909 I showed you. Exceptional, fine to very fine condition. Only 498 coins certified in all grades. And that's right in the middle of the series. We're still getting rarer. We have a second column here. These coins are just off the charts. You'd think they'd be at least $1,000 a coin, $2,000 a coin. 73 coins at $1,000 a coin is $73,000. That is what I believe the potential of this series lies. I have a limited number of these sets. This is a limited time offer, folks. This set has been a labor of love. I've been yearning to do this set for over 2 years. It's a limited time offer at this price, folks. I've got the entire set for $5,950. That's $81 a coin. This is as good as it gets. So much incredible absolute rarity. Silver half dollars, turn of the century, for $5,950. It's available on our 3-payment plan. So if you can't swing the entire amount today, take advantage of this now, because a couple weeks from now, we won't have any more. We have a limited number of these sets. Put 1/3 down today of $1,983.33, and we'll hold one of these sets for you with your name on it. Make the second payment in 30 days and the final payment in 60 days. The Liberty half-dollar collection. Some refer to this series as the Barber half-dollar because it was designed by Charles Barber, who was the chief engraver at the Mint in that era. Every date and mint mark in this set, folks, first struck in 1892, last struck in 1915. Every coin problem-free, in about good to fine, very fine condition. Extraordinary condition for these early half dollars. It's like you're buying this collection for pennies on the dollar. You know, I know my Liberty half dollars, and this set has so much potential, this silver half dollar set. I need to mention that if you get the set, you will also get a red book, which explains the grading of these coins. And it's, you know, it's a most helpful tool if you're new to collecting. This red book now is quite substantial. This one is a 2015 version. You can see how thick it is. Here's one from 1958, folks. And it's expanded quite a bit over the decades. And, you know, it's kind of the Bible for collectors because it explains how to grade all the coins. I mean, again, you saw all the different grades in this new red book. You look at the 1958 red book, folks. The only grades it has back in 1958, you can see it. It didn't really explain grading at all. It just had good, fine, and uncirculated, and it really didn't explain what a good is, what a fine is, what an uncirculated is. This new red book explains it all. So you get this set. It's a heavy set. The 73 coin half dollar set. You get the beautiful album with the cover that you see here. This is my light bulb moment when I was 10 years old. I knew nothing about rare coins. I was sitting at the kitchen table. My dad came in with a small box. There's something jingling inside, a little cardboard box. He opened it up, dumped the contents out. And there were these old coins, old coins. At first I thought they were foreign coins. I didn't recognize them, never seen them before. And then I looked at them. One was a Barber half dollar. It was a 1914. I still remember it. I still have that coin. It was a 1914. And I looked at it, and it said, around the perimeter, United States of America. In God we trust. There was no Liberty on the headdress. It was quite worn, but it was a United States coin. And I looked at it. I saw the date, 1914. The next day or the day after, I took my bike to the local coin shop, bought my first red book, learned all about these coins. And now here, you know, if I had the opportunity of putting a set like this together, this was an impossibility. And we have very few of these sets. Again, this is such a challenge. You saw the certified populations of all these coins. They range in rarity from rare to extremely rare. So many coins with even fewer than 500 examples certified in all grades. Think about that, in all grades, folks. With that kind of rarity in this important half dollar series, these should be $1,000, $2,000 a coin. It should be a $100,000 set, but they're not. They're not. Right now, you can get the set for only $5,950. You could put a third down of $1,983.33, and we'll hold one of these sets for you, folks. Take advantage of this. This is just a great, great opportunity. This has been a true labor of love. This is one of the most exciting opportunities I've ever offered here on Rare Collectibles TV. This is the kind of set that you will not find anywhere else on any other show. Putting together a superb Liberty half dollar set like this with coins that have been hand selected. Every single coin. There are no damaged coins. There are no severely cleaned coins. Here's an example of even when they're damaged, folks, they go for hundreds of dollars. You won't get anything like that. Here's another example. This one's been polished. I mean, it's nice and shiny, but if it's been polished, it really loses its value. I mean, look at how the surface is. It's been highly polished. There are so few survivors in circulation, undamaged. They haven't been cleaned. There are miracle survivors in this honest condition. The complete 73 coin set for $81 a coin. Some incredible rarities across the board. And usually when I offer a collection of coins, you have a lot of common dates and some rare dates, and then there's a couple dates that are really rare. Here's a set where they're all rare to really rare. There are no common dates in this set. There are no scarce dates. They're all really rare. And to be able to offer at this price, I hope you understand what a tremendous opportunity this is. This is a set you want to put away for the long term. Keep in your family, pass on your kids, your grandkids. If you can get 2 or 3 of these sets, please do so. Again, it's a limited time offer. It's been a real challenge, a labor of love putting these sets together. It's been a thrill. It was these Liberty Barber half dollars, quarters, dimes from this era that really got me started as a collector, folks. This is what really turned me on. That light bulb flashed on in my head, and I was so excited. They have so much collector appeal, folks. So this is something that, has been in my blood now since I was 10 years old. To finally be able to offer these incredible complete sets in the condition we have them in is really a dream come true for me as a collector. I hope you can take advantage of it. It's a real thrill to be able to offer something with so much tremendous, absolute rarity across the board, all 73 coins for only $81 a coin. Thanks for watching.
Because I get to do a really wonderful set of Morgan dollars. Now, this is not a small set. This is a really wonderful variety of coins, and we're just going to get right into it right now. Ladies and gentlemen, this deal has 11 coins to it, and they're all Morgan dollars, and they're all brilliant uncirculated coins. And in our opinion, they are the coins to own today. And that's the reason why we've selected these coins for this presentation. One of the original themes of the presentations that we make, and that is doing all the hard work for you. We save you the time, we save you the money, and we bring to you something that we truly love ourselves. And I have found that ever since I became a collector, that foremost for every collector I ever talked to, and I also want you to know that I have had the privilege of learning from dealers who were in the business for 50 and 60 years, who were big names in this business. But one thing I learned from every single one of them, they were collectors first. So whatever path you choose to go down when you collect coins, as a collector, when you start, being able to set your sights on the highest quality examples that you want in your coin collection. Now, here's what we found out. You have dates that you want to own. You have mints that you want to collect. You have a certain idea of variety that you want in a coin collection. And we listen to that. And this Morgan dollar collection, which features 11 different coins, is an answer to the question that is constantly asked. What are the coins that you would want in your collection? So sit back and I'll show you a general consensus on these 11 coins that myself and Rick and Jack found to be the ones that we would include right now in our coin collection. So let's start out. Take a look. What you're seeing are Morgan dollars that are in their original mint condition state. Before we went on camera here, we were talking about the word mint condition and how it is used to describe items that are not even coin related. A car in mint condition, a baseball card. There are numerous items that people describe as being mint. And what it refers to is original brand new day of issue or day it was made condition. But it all originated with mint condition coins. So when you talk about the original, when it comes to a collectible, when you talk about collecting money, because this is the money we used to have. This is the money that contained precious metal. This was the money that was tied directly into the world monetary system: silver and, of course, gold. Now, we're going to be talking about silver. The United States of America, from the very beginning, was on both the gold and the silver standard. It took 16 ounces of silver to make 1 ounce of gold. The 16-to-1 ratio was what this country was founded on, is what our forefathers founded this country on. And this is evident in the Morgan dollar. So I want to show you the specific dates that we chose for our coin collection, for our set. This is a show host collector special, a show host dream collection. It's for sure my dream collection. So we're going to start out, folks, with the 1879 S from San Francisco. Set is also going to feature the 1882 from Philadelphia, the 1884 from New Orleans, 1885 from New Orleans, 1886 from Philadelphia, 1889 from the Mother Mint, Philadelphia, 1898 one of the last Morgan dollars issued from New Orleans, in a shockingly low mintage, 1901 from New Orleans, a date that you may not even know exists, hardly ever see. Well, we decided we'd go the extra year, 1902, from the New Orleans Mint, and 1904 from New Orleans. Now, 1904 was the last Morgan dollar struck at the New Orleans Mint, and it's one of the sleeper dates of all the Morgan dollars. It has a low mintage as well. We don't subscribe to the myths of overworked eyes from New Orleans and not being able to get high quality strikes. And we don't subscribe to that theory that a lot of people apply to coins from Philadelphia, because it just simply is not true. They're harder to find, but they do exist. So we have challenges, but the biggest challenge for this set is going to be the coin that will round out the 11 that I haven't even mentioned yet. And I lobbied really hard for this coin, and anytime there's a Morgan dollar presentation, as a final offering in this set, the 1885 Carson City silver dollar. Now, I want to let you know that I believe that when it comes to Carson City silver dollars, when you look at the Carson City catalog from 1878 to 1893, the years only that the Morgan dollar was produced at Carson City, and they skipped years in between that date run as well. When you look at that, you'll find that they represent only 2% of the entire Morgan catalog. That's pretty rare territory. Well, how about if I tell you this? Of all the Carson City silver dollars that we know and love, 1889 CC, it's one of the most famous, one of the hardest to get. But the mintage is not as low as the 1885 CC. Now, I could name all the Carson City Morgan dollars, and you know what? Not one of them would have a mintage as low as the 1885 CC. Because when it comes to the absolute lowest mintage of any Carson City silver dollar, it is the 1885 CC. Those are the coins in this set. I get to come up here and offer you coins at a price that cannot be beat. Simply put, I have a whole stack of competitors' prices that you can right now purchase the same exact coins in what I hope is the same exact condition. I mean, I know I can see our coins. These are mere pictures. I'm going to tell you right now that this set of 11 comes to well over $4,000 in rock solid, right up to the minute value. And what I mean by value is you folks right now as collectors are buying these coins. Some of you collectors who have never watched this show are going to get the opportunity to step away from this world and join ours. This set is being offered right now. Are you ready for this? I want you to take a look one more time. Because when I tell you that there are 11 coins in this set, and our price is less than $2,800 for not just coins that are uncirculated, that follow that technical grade or fall under that technical grade. Now, take a look at the coins going by right there. One of the reasons why I love that pan is because every cheek looks like the other. You don't see gashes and, well, you don't see ugly coins. And you see bright white representation of the Morgan dollar. And yet you see coins that date back from the very first years. This is called mint condition. This is called brilliant uncirculated. These are coins that from the first day they were struck, whatever coin you pick out in the collection, from the day they were struck, they were removed from the mint and they were put away. They were not released into circulation like almost all the other Morgans were. Now I want to show you where everybody else is at, but we have 11 coins in this collection, so there's a lot of comparisons here. But let me tell you, over $4,000 any day of the week, $2,795. Now, the opportunity to split that payment into two equal payments of $1,397.50 exists for this set of 11. And I would recommend you take advantage of it because, simply put, it gives you the opportunity to control over $4,000 worth of valuable Morgan dollars for $1,397.50. And I invite you to take that period, take a month, and do your due diligence. Do what I do every day, and see where everybody else is at. And try to match the quality that we offer with the price that we offer. I don't think it can be done. And that's not just my opinion. I have to say, that's a fact. Here's what I found. I found a beautiful 1879S Morgan dollar for $275. When you buy the set of 11 coins, it's going to include one of those coins in the set. And I'll make this pledge to you. The quality will be brilliant uncirculated, not uncirculated, not almost uncirculated. Brilliant uncirculated. A coin with original luster, contrast between the figure of Liberty, the profile, and the background. What everybody wants in a Morgan dollar, when you hold that coin in your hand for the first time, I guarantee you the first word out of your mouth is going to be wow. Because we want that wow factor in coins that we bring to these collections. Here is the 1882 price comp. Every one of these coins that I'm going over are coins in our set. That coin right there, $300. So the first one was $275, there's $300. You add them up with me. That coin right there is $250. Now I want to take a moment to say something about the coin collecting hobby as it stands right now. Many of us have been, well, kind of isolated for quite a long time now. And some of us have developed interests that we never had before. I'm talking about numismatics. And most of us who already had an interest in numismatics found the time to really find those coins that we had wanted for so long, but everything else got in the way, like life gets in the way. So the last year and a half, we've been able to take the opportunity to devote ourselves nearly single-handedly to what we love to do more than anything. In the coin market, the hobby is reflective of that in the shortages that we see, in the prices that we see generated by the shortages. When it comes to Morgan dollars and the history of the Morgan dollar, I could talk for hours about how the coin got started, how the design came about. But I think what's really important is understanding how few Morgan dollars exist in uncirculated condition today. Now, since the middle of the 1980s, grading services have been certifying Morgan dollars. And in spite of all that, in spite of the fact that, well, let's see, over 350 million Morgan dollars exist today. From that pool of 350 million coins, I'd have to say it's easily, 98% or more are in circulated condition. So we're dealing with a really small fraction of coins that remain in uncirculated condition. Now, if you want to verify this, you take a look at the amount of coins that have been certified in all grades of mint state by any of the grading services. You'll see it's a fraction of the mintage of the total series of Morgan dollars. Well, where did all these coins go? You know the answer already. Our own government melted them down. You know this happened in 1918. It happened again in the 40s. It happened again in the 80s when silver reached all-time highs. It continuously has happened as coins have been removed from circulation for wear. So when you boil it all down, hardly any coins remain to even be certified in all grades of mint state. So the evidence is there. The archive is there. Some of us have lived and breathed coins, have read every book there is, know where to go to get the hordes of coins, even the small ones that remain today. Know who the major players are who are uncovering collections and bringing them to our doorstep. We do not sell coins, folks. We sell legacy collections. We sell Morgan dollars that any dealer, collector, novice would obviously want to have because they have that eye appeal factor. That drives everything. So, 11 coins, some of the greatest dates, including a Carson City entry that is the rarest Carson City silver dollar by way of mintage than all the other ones. Doesn't matter. You could mention any mintage, go ahead. Mention it. The last year, 1893, nope, sorry, can't beat the 1885. The first year, 1878, oh no, more than 2 million coins struck. Can't beat 228,000, the mintage of the 1885. 1879, the mintage is 756,000, not 228,000. By way of absolute rarity, the Carson City silver dollar from 1885 is the rarest of them all. Now, it's not priced that way. That's a whole other story. Let's take a look at all the other coins that are being offered out there that we have in our set. 1885-0, $275. Now, that better be the finest gem. But I tell you what, I know ours is. This you can take to the bank. Here's an 1886, displayed in full raw glory, $500, folks. 1889, from the Philadelphia Mint. Coin is being offered at $200. 1898-0, a $475 price tag. I added up just 9 of the 11 coins, and I came to over $3,900. And you throw in about another $400, and you're going to be well over. In fact, you're going to be heading to $4,500. So, ladies and gentlemen, price is not everything when you're collecting coins. Quality is. Now, here's a coin of very low quality, but the price is $750 because the rarity of the coin is really at that absolute threshold, where that coin, even though it looks pretty worn, is a $750 rarity. Now, there is a 19010 in our collection, but our entire collection is $2,795. And lastly, the 1885 Carson City silver dollar. In my opinion, this coin right here is going to be more than the price of the whole entire set. I believe that. Right now, it's priced at a little under $900. Here's why I believe that every one of the coins in this offering have such a bright future. But it's not their future that I'm asking you to invest in. It's their past. It's what they've done. It's how rare they are today. Now, I want you to take a look at the mintages of all the coins that we're going to feature in this deal. We're going to show them all to you, basically one at a time. And I want you to understand that when you combine the fact that uncirculated Morgan dollars today that exist in the marketplace do not even account for 17% of all the Morgans that are out there. Uncirculated Morgan dollars. Everybody wants one. Now, I started to explain to you why I think the 1885 CC is the it coin. It's from the most legendary of all the mints. The Carson City Mint was only open from 1870 to 1893. And it really was that little small building in the middle of the Wild West, in the middle of everything that was going on. The area was rising quickly because of the discoveries of gold and silver. And it was the thought of the government that they could use the Carson City Mint as a place where, well, the ore was being mined locally. So it was a short distance. Now, it didn't quite work out that way. There were reasons why they started production and stopped production. But in the end, it was the mint that was responsible for the fewest amount of Morgan dollars, and therefore, every Carson City Morgan dollar is a rarity worth owning. Now, the GSA sold the Carson City silver dollars in a 10-year period of time between 1970 and 1980. And in that period of time of the 1885 CC, of the 228,000 that were struck, 160,000 coins were sold through that 10-year period through what was known as a mail bid series of auctions. So 162,000 coins. Those 162,000 coins, the last one of which was sold in 1980, are gone. They're in the hands of collectors. The hoard has been sufficiently dispersed, more than sufficiently, it's been completely dispersed. Collectors have learned, over the years, have realized that, well, that reservoir of coins that existed once, gone. So that's the world we contend with. So, ladies and gentlemen, every coin that was selected for this deal was done for a simple reason. We have discovered that every one of these coins that I mentioned, beginning with 1879, that had a mintage of 9.7 million. Well, where did they all go? Well, they got melted, but more than that even. Over the last, well, 40 years, it's been collectors like you and me have slowly pulled each and every one of these coins from the market. You know, Rare Collectibles TV insists on selecting our coins for these Morgan dollar deals from individual solid date rolls of the coins that we feature. And they're rolls of 20. And when these collections come to us and we open up these rolls, there's a very, very small amount of coins from the roll of 20 that we can actually use for these presentations. The other ones will be too bag marked. They might be uncirculated, but they don't have that quality or eye appeal that we're touting when we come on the air with presentations like these. So how many rolls of 1879 S's, for instance, will you need to get your hands on to select enough to build a collection like this? The answer is almost impossible to say, because you never know what you're going to get. It's like a box of chocolates. When you open up that roll, will you find 15 coins that are absolutely what you've been looking for, or will you find one? Either way, we take the whole deal. I guess what I'm really trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, is when you entrust us with building a coin collection that you're going to view as a legacy, as something that you're going to leave behind for those who come after you, something of value, something that you worked very hard and were committed to. And you want to also pass on that love of coin collecting that you developed. Maybe it was instilled in you by your father or grandfather or somebody in your family you knew who was a coin collector. That's how I got into coins. $2,795 for a collection of 11 of some of the toughest dates to land today in the condition that we want to bring them to you is very difficult to do. It was never an easy task, but in today's world, I can only speculate on how many more millions of coin collectors there are. And I get this suspicion that it's millions and millions because every single coin that we could more easily acquire for any kind of presentation is now somehow out of reach for us, out of our grasp. The price could have gone up so much that it just doesn't make sense for us. But mostly, it's the quality. It's the small coins that were cherry-picked out of what was available that have disappeared. So this collection is not one of these deals that go on forever. It's not something that I could pick up a phone and reload in a moment's notice. Needle in a haystack. Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we have a facility here that enables us to accumulate and acquire coins. And it gives us the opportunity to select from these coins coming in only the finest coins. That's a big difference. I've never been able to do that, and I've been on TV for a long time. So, ladies and gentlemen, collecting coins is a labor of love. Attempting to own Morgan dollars in brilliant uncirculated condition that features as many dates and includes elusive dates, Carson City coins, coins. I mean, listen to these dates here, folks. Let's go over them one last time. An 1879S, just the second year of the Morgan dollar. Now, the 1879S is collected because everybody wants a beautiful example of a San Francisco struck coin, and you don't always get that in an 1878. But by 1879, a lot of the bugs were kind of ironed out, and we got some beautiful coins. 1882. Well, 1882 from Philadelphia sounds like it would be an easy coin to get your hands on, but it's not. And I'll tell you the reason why. They made 11,100,000 of them, but millions and millions were melted. Millions were released into circulation. And being that Philadelphia struck a large quantity of coins in that given year, they struck 11 million of those coins. They weren't always after quality, they were after quantity. Needle in a haystack. Now, from 1882, we're going to jump to 1884. And I've heard it a million times. Oh, you can't get a nice looking coin from New Orleans. They made a lot of 1884 O's. I'll tell you what, when you look at the coins that we have, you're going to think that coin came from San Francisco. You're going to think that coin came from Carson City because the quality, the strike, is what we all want, that eye appeal. Well, from there, we're going over to 1885 from New Orleans, and the same thing holds true. You see, New Orleans did not have a problem overstriking coins. They had a problem oftentimes in die preparation. So you can locate nice coins, you just have to search. 1886 from Philadelphia, 1889. 1898 from New Orleans. 1901 from New Orleans. They minted over 13 million. Why are they so difficult to get? Melting and needle in a haystack. 1902, also from New Orleans. 1904, the most undervalued New Orleans silver dollar there is because the mintage was low, but they're tough to find. Needle in a haystack type coin, right? And finally, ladies and gentlemen, as I have mentioned, the 1885 Carson City silver dollar. No matter how you slice it, it's the third rarest silver dollar between Morgan and Peace dollars that you can get, with a mintage of 228,000. And to drive the point home, there's only two Morgans that have a mintage lower. One is the 1893S with a mintage of 100,000, and the other is the 1894 from Philadelphia with a mintage of 110,000. So, Morgan dollars, the classic coin that everybody wants today more than ever. And believe me, we feel the squeeze. But at $2,795, with everything that goes with it, with all that history and all that quality, this set is the one to get. Well, ladies and gentlemen, all good things must come to an end. This presentation must come to an end. But I hope your collecting of Morgan dollars doesn't end with these 11 great coins, because as you explore these, you just reach out to us, and we'll open that door to a world of Morgan dollars, and we'll invite you in. You'll be happy about it. Thank you so much for watching Rare Collectibles and this great, unbelievable deal of 11 Morgan dollars.
I'm here at Sutter's Mill, which was the perfect location for a sawmill on the American Fork River. It was a day like today with the rain coming down back on January 24th of 1848 when James Marshall discovered gold right here at Sutter's Mill, setting off the California Gold Rush and changing numismatic history forever. The gold was initially being sent back to the East Coast to be minted into coins in Philadelphia and New Orleans. There was so much gold here, they needed a place to mint coins out of all this gold out here. And in 1854, the San Francisco Mint was established to strike all those beautiful S-Mint gold coins we know today. You're watching Rick's US Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV.
Timing is everything. Well, almost everything in life. Being in the right place at the right time. Well, folks, you are in the right place, and this is definitely the right time for you. The great European gold hoard of United States minted gold double eagles. United States gold double eagles that have been sitting silently, frozen in time, like a time capsule, in a few banks in Europe since the early 1930s. The great majority of gold double eagles coming out of the great European gold hoard were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. That only makes sense. The Philadelphia Mint was closest to our East Coast, and these double eagles were sent by ship in mint bags to these banks in Europe. Now, the San Francisco Mint also struck gold double eagles. But of course, the San Francisco Mint was established to strike coins for commerce serving our western states. And that is where most of the coins remained. Very few St. Gaudens double eagles struck in San Francisco made their way to the East Coast, let alone in uncirculated condition, in mint bags, similar to the one I have here, and to then be sent on ship to banks in Europe. I have a set of gold coins for you today, folks. A set of rare gold double eagles. These are the largest gold coins ever struck for commerce by the United States Mint. And the coins I have were struck at the San Francisco Mint in 1914 and 1915. They are the 1914S and 1915S St. Gaudens double eagles. Take a look at this collection, folks. Out of the great European gold hoard, This is an incredible offering. The fact that these are St. Gaudens double eagles, which were last struck in 1933, is a big deal in itself. I mean, the St. Gaudens double eagle is a coin considered among many collectors and dealers to be the most beautiful, artistic, numismatic creation in the history of the United States Mint. And the coin is named after the artist himself, Augustus St. Gaudens. And the fact that these coins were struck in San Francisco, of all places, and to survive in this condition is miraculous. And that's what really makes this an opportunity I would earnestly ask you to consider. These St. Gaudens double eagles were struck in San Francisco over 100 years ago. The coins you are looking at are among the finest surviving specimens. They are mint state 64 condition. Now, mint state 64, meaning these coins struck for commerce have somehow miraculously survived over 100 years in near mark-free condition. Now, the Smithsonian, folks, the Smithsonian is the home of the greatest collection of United States coins in the world. The single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics is in the Smithsonian. It's an 1849 double eagle, valued in the tens of millions, perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars. If you go to the Smithsonian and look at their St. Gaudens double eagle collection, and look at their 1914S and 1915S, they will be exceptional mint state 62 specimens. Mint state 62, which is exceptional, but it's a full 2 points lower in grade than the examples that I have for you today. Needless to say, I have a limited quantity of these two dates. Now, these two dates, these coins that I have, really should not exist. Before I get into that story, they're called the double eagle, the largest gold coin struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint, because up until 1850, the largest gold coin struck for commerce was the $10 gold piece with about a half an ounce of gold. And because it was the largest gold piece at the time, it was called the eagle. And then in 1848, gold was discovered in California. And within a year, our country had an abundance of gold. And with that gold, the Treasury was able to consider striking an even larger gold coin, which would be of great benefit to our banking system. This larger gold coin would essentially have a full ounce of gold. It would be twice the size of the eagle. And so it was referred to as the double eagle. These treasures that I have, these crown jewels, these most precious pieces of American history, our heritage, struck in 1914 and 1915, so incredibly well preserved. If you never buy another United States rare coin again, these gold double eagles I have today are two coins I would most passionately implore you to acquire. You need to understand that coins this old, these largest gold coins, they're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. I've got one in my hand here, a little bit smaller than a Morgan dollar. But they're about 25% heavier. And these coins, again, they were struck for commerce. Once they were struck, they would be ejected from the die press into a bin. One coin would land on top of another. From there, they would go through coin counting machines, and they'd be dumped into bags to be shipped to banks around the country. Now, gold is a very heavy, dense metal. and also a very soft metal. If you can imagine, this bag here might be able to hold a bowling ball. If you had a bowling ball in this bag, it would be 16 pounds. That's the heaviest size bowling ball. 16 pounds. Be heavy. But if the same bag had gold double eagles filling that same space, this bag would weigh around 60 pounds. And these heavy, heavy gold coins struck in gold, this very soft metal, would acquire bag marks along the way. And you can see them from looking at the examples that I have here. Here's a typical specimen, folks. Look at the deep cut at around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, near the rim on the obverse. The deep gouge in the field. And you get a coin that deeply damaged, it's not even gradable, folks. Here's another example. These are typical survivors. Look at the deep gouge in the rim at around 8 o'clock. And then over Liberty's trunk area, deep gouge along her trunk area, deep scratches in the field. Again, a coin that's not gradable. It's so heavily damaged. Now, I would like you to take a look at some of these 1914S and 1915S St. Gaudens that we have today in mint state 64. Again, among the finest known, folks. Fully 2 points superior in quality to the Smithsonian examples. Take a look at this coin, folks. So near mark free, this largest gold double eagle, shimmering luster, this classic Liberty design, no deep gouges or scuffs, so fresh, almost as if it's a specimen. And then you have the reverse of the St. Gaudens double eagle. It's the one coin I like to say has a reverse as beautiful and inspirational as the obverse. Because there you have the American eagle in full flight, wings outstretched in an upward trajectory, with the rays of the sun behind, in God we trust below. It's stunning, it's beautiful. And these were struck in San Francisco. And this is the interesting part, because the mint mark is minuscule. It's just above the date, a tiny, tiny little S. I think they used the S mint mark for the Mercury dime when they struck these St. Gaudens double eagles. It's a very small mint mark, but it's there nonetheless, the small San Francisco mint mark, that all-important San Francisco mint mark. And then the 1915 S's that we have, folks. Take a look at one of these. Look at this, folks. Struck over 100 years ago, struck for commerce. They didn't receive any special treatment. They weren't individually handled. They were dumped into bins, thrown into bags, shipped to banks around the country. These coins should not exist, especially in this condition. This is a miracle. And the prices I'm able to offer these coins at truly is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, for those of you who are new to numismatics, coins are graded on a 70-point scale from a low of 1 to a high of 70. The lower the number, the heavier the wear of the coin, the poorer condition of the coin. Anything 60 and above is a coin that's never been in circulation. It's uncirculated. 70 is the highest possible grade. That represents perfection. Now, there are no coins struck before the 1960s that have ever graded 70, folks. The mint has struck literally billions and billions of coins, from cents to double eagles, prior to 1960. But not a single example has ever been certified in flawless 70. They don't exist. A St. Gaudens double eagle in the condition of these San Francisco struck issues means they are coins that are uncirculated with very, very few, very minor bag marks. These are extraordinary grades for a double eagle from this early vintage era. Like, these coins, folks, they would not exist if not for the European gold hoard. And this is where the story really gets interesting. The European gold hoard is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the collector of today. It really all began during the Great Depression and in 1933, when there were approximately 4,000 bank failures in our country. Just imagine, you have your life savings, you've spent 10, 20, 30, 40 years accumulating. It's your nest egg for your retirement. And you go to the bank the next day and it's shuttered closed. Your money is gone. Your life savings is gone. You were wiped out. It was financial ruin, devastation for millions of Americans. And so a lot of people were understandably terrified if they had money in banks that were still solvent. They're concerned that their bank would be next. And so they began pulling their money out of their banks. And with that paper money, they started buying gold coins. Throughout human history, across cultures, gold has always had value. Gold has always been the most precious metal. When all these Americans began pulling their money out of these banks that were already stressed, it threatened further failure in the banking system. And so Franklin Roosevelt, in April of 1933, passed Executive Order 6102, making the ownership of over $100 worth of gold illegal. Now, that's hard to believe in the United States of America, that it would be illegal to own over $100 worth of gold. But it was enforced, folks. If you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, you faced either a $10,000 fine, 10 years imprisonment, or both. What did the Treasury do with all those gold coins? Take a look at this chart. Fully 39% of all the double eagles ever struck from 1850 to 1933 were melted back down into gold bars. Over 50 million coins. There were, on the other hand, a handful of enterprising individuals who said to themselves, well, look, I'm not about to keep all my money in the bank and to lose it all if the bank goes under. On the other hand, if I buy gold coins and I'm caught with over $100 worth of gold, I could face 10 years imprisonment. There was a third option. What a lot of people began to do, and a lot of institutions began to do, was to actually buy the bags of gold, gold coins, while it was still legal. Most of them were double eagles. And they began to ship these bags to banks in Europe. I mean, they're not legal to own it in the United States, but they're not illegal to own in another country. So they shipped these bags of gold coins to banks in Europe. And some of these bags have been coming out over the last several years. And we've been able to buy some original bags of some of these St. Gaudens double eagles books that have been incredible. Now, first of all, to find any St. Gaudens in uncirculated condition is extraordinary. When you look at the total number of St. Gaudens double eagles struck over the entire series, they struck around 70 million coins. But remember, around 39% were melted back down. Of the original mintage, all the major grading services, only about 2.5% of that mintage has been certified in uncirculated condition. And most of those are between MS60 and MS63 grade. They're the lower grades with heavy bag marks. Now, what makes these so special is that when you look at the St. Gaudens double eagles certified in uncirculated condition, the vast majority, as I said in the beginning of my presentation, came from the Philadelphia Mint, the mint that was closest to the East Coast. Here's a chart that shows the most common St. Gaudens double eagles that have been certified by PCGS. And you can see the top several dates were all struck in Philadelphia. 1924P being the most common. In MS64 condition, it's an extremely elusive coin. Only 102,000 certified for the 24P. But then the second most common date, look how much rarer the second most common date is. 1908P, about half that of the 24P. And then you get down to the 28P, only 19,000 coins. And then we have at the bottom there the 14S and the 15S, folks. About 5% of the total of the 1924P. Now, St. Gaudens Double Eagles in mint state condition. I mean, there's some very rare dates like the 1927D. Here's a 1927D that sold in auction in mint state 63 condition for about $1.3 million. But then you get to the most common dates, and here we have a 1908P, one of the most common dates next to the 24P in mint state 64 condition. This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback, $3,500 coin. Here's the great news that I have for you today. From day one, our policy is not to sell these coins based on what the market will bear. We offer these coins based on our cost. These 1914S and 15S St. Gaudens Double Eagles in mint state 64, we bought this entire collection that came out of Europe. Rarely do San Francisco minted St. Gaudens Double Eagles come out of Europe. And even rarer are they in MS 64 condition. I have fewer than 100 of each in mid-state 64 condition. Again, superior to the Smithsonian. These are not $5,900 or $4,900. Now, $3,900 would be a great price. It would be an exceptional price. But I got together with my partners on this, and we looked at our costs, and we analyzed it, and we said, well, what is our absolute best price on these coins? If you want a 1914S, mint state 64, we have a limited quantity available today, folks. Call in now. This is a limited time offer. As with all of our rare coin offerings, when we're out of these, especially from the Great European Gold Hoard, when we get an exclusive like this, once we're out, that's it. If we get somebody calling in a couple weeks later and we no longer have the coins, we can't replace them at that price. But while we have them, you can get a 1914S for only $3,595. Now, if you can't swing the entire $3,595 today, I would urge you, just put half down. We've got a half down opportunity. So all you have to do is put $1,797.50 down, and we'll hold a 1914S for you in MS64 and pay the balance in 30 days. The most beautiful, artistic, numismatic creation in the history of the United States Mint. These St. Gaudens Double Eagles were struck in San Francisco over 100 years ago. Again, among the finest known, folks, in mint state 64. Fully 2 points superior in quality to the Smithsonian example. Now, the second coin, the 1915S, is even a little rarer than the 1914S, but it's only $37.95. And again, we have the two-payment option. Half down today of $1,897.50, and we'll hold a 1915S with your name on it, put it in our vault, pay the balance in 30 days. These coins should not exist, especially in this condition. This is a miracle. So near mark-free, shimmering luster, no deep gouges or scuffs, so fresh. The mint mark is minuscule. It's just above the date. A tiny, tiny little S. It's a very small mint mark, but it's there nonetheless, the small San Francisco mint mark. Almost as if it's a specimen. But folks, don't just get one. Get the set while we have it. This is a national treasure. This is something you want to hold on to, pass on to your kids, pass on to your grandkids. Keep it in the family. These are jewels. These are absolute national treasures from the early 1900s, struck at the San Francisco Mint, gold double eagles that were last struck in 1933. If you get the set, folks, we've got an RCTV special, limited time offer while we have both in stock. You can own both for only $6,995. That is a savings of $395 when you get the pair. And the best part of all, to make it as accessible as possible to everyone who's watching, we have a 3-payment option on the 2-coin set. So all you have to do is put 1/3 down today of $2,331.67, and we'll put a set of these aside for you, again, with your name on it, in our vault. Make the second payment in 30 days and the final payment in 60 days. And you'll own 2 of the most sensational St. Gaudens double eagles, struck at the San Francisco Mint. San Francisco Mint back then was called the Granite Lady. It's an amazing historic building in San Francisco. When they had the great earthquake in 1906 in San Francisco, about the only building remaining that was left standing was the Granite Lady, folks. 6-foot thick granite walls. These San Francisco issue Granite Lady double eagles are true keepsakes, folks. This is the perfect time to buy rare gold double eagles. Not very long ago, there was a very important article that came out. The title, "Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold?" Now, when they're talking about generic gold, they're referring to the most common gold. Like when I showed you the chart of those St. Gaudens double eagles, the most common gold St. Gaudens double eagles are the 1924P, the 1908P. Those are considered generic gold coins. A 1914S, 15S are much rarer St. Gaudens double eagles, folks. They're rare gold double eagles. But here's the key sentence in the article, something I've been telling our viewers now for years. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. These are not, again, generic St. Gaudens. They're rare date pieces that are just about double the gold value. You have over $1,700 in gold value alone in these coins. And not are they uncirculated San Francisco Mint issue, but they are among the finest known, superior to the examples in the Smithsonian. I mean, if you have some really good friends you want to share something with, show them this set that you just acquired from Rare Collectibles TV. These 1914S, 1915S St. Gaudens double eagles that you can have a lot of pride of ownership. These 2 San Francisco Mint 1914 and 1915 St. Gaudens double eagles in spectacular mint state 64, so fresh, so near perfect, over 100 years old, that have survived the journey across the ocean and back in such a near flawless condition. Again, we have a limited quantity. This is a limited time offer. I would encourage you, please take advantage of this while we have them. You will be glad you did. Thank you for watching. Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska.
And I'm Caitlin Tamaska.
Thank you for watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Stay tuned for another great presentation coming up next.
Coins cost too much. No, they don't. Not if you know what to look for. Just like everything else in life, it's about knowing what to look for and being in the right place at the right time. Welcome to another exciting Rick's Blitz, folks. 5 to 8 minutes of my latest great deal in United States rare coins. This presentation will only be a few minutes long. I have a limited number of these coins, and I guarantee you will love the price. Now, as a specialist since the 1980s, I've specialized in the finest United States coinage. And with my team, that includes my brother Gary, Caitlin, Mike, Sasha, Tatiana, we have the opportunity to review literally hundreds of thousands of superb United States coins every month. Every month we buy fresh collections that have not seen the light of day for decades. And because we purchase the entire collection, we get these coins at a great below wholesale price. I'm talking about a great price. The very finest of these end up on my desk, and I get to call the balls and strikes, literally reviewing the best of the best. The finest of these are then submitted to either PCGS or NGC for grading. And here's what I have for you today. Take a look at these, folks. I've got these 1963 Jefferson nickels in proof 67. Now, these are proof coins. Proof coins represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. They're struck in limited numbers because making a proof coin requires a lot of hand labor, a lot of human labor. The dies have to go through a lot of heavy polishing. Back then, folks, making a proof coin was very much a craft. There was a lot of individual craftsmanship involved. These were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. This was like the Stone Age in proof making. They were basically made the same way proof coins were made back in the 1800s. Nowadays, everything's mechanized. Computers have taken over. When you buy a proof set today, they're all spectacular. They're in hard plastic packaging. These were from an earlier era at the Philadelphia Mint. The coins came in what we call flat packs. They look something like this. Now, again, here's a modern proof set. I mean, they all come in very nice packaging. They're all superb. This is the modern era. In this earlier era, though, at the Philadelphia Mint, these are why they're so highly prized. Here's a set from the flat pack era, which was from 1955 through 1964. And you see they came in these cellophane envelopes like this. And the cellophane was very pliable, did not store the coins very well. Most of the coins were damaged over the years. Folks, we got a deal of several boxes of these unopened 1963 proof sets. I've saved one here just to show you. An unopened box of 100 1963 sets. And we had literally over 15,000 sets to go through. And of those, we've got some spectacular 1963 Jefferson nickels in proof 67, 945 in all. Now, to give you an idea how outstanding that is, how exceptional that is, because of the quality of this amazing, really once-in-a-lifetime hoard, here's the total population, total number graded of the 1963 Jefferson nickel in proof 67. That's PCGS and NGC combined, 3,903 coins. Okay, there you see how many coins were struck in mint state, 176 million, but in proof, just 3 million coins out of those, only 3,900 graded in proof 67. I have 945 examples, folks, in proof 67. Here's what I have for you today. Take a look at this, folks. Look at the mirrors on this coin. No spots, no haze. This coin is almost 60 years old, and it looks like it was struck yesterday. Absolutely pristine. As flawless to the naked eye. It is sensational. I have 945 examples like this. Total, that's about 25% of the entire population. That's how superb this collection was. And I have them at, again, a below wholesale price. Now, when you look for Proof 67s, when you see them on eBay from this era, here's a 1964 in Proof 67 that's, $40, which is a pretty good price. Here's a 63, though, that's $59. Here's a couple 62s that are $99. They're all about the same rarity. But actually, when you consider the cost of having one of these coins graded, if you were to find a superb 1963 Jefferson nickel and submit it to NGC, here would be your costs. First of all, they would charge you $16 to grade the coin. They have an $8 handling fee. They ship it back to you registered mail, which is $23. So right there, that's $47. You have to ship the coin to them, figure $15. And that doesn't include the cost of your coin. You're into the coin for at least $70 to $90. And then it might come back Proof 65 or Proof 66. I've got these coins today. Take a look at one of these. You won't believe the price. You can own one, not for $59 or $49 or $39 or even $29. How about $19 a coin? $19 a coin. But I really am not interested in you buying just one coin. We don't make any money, folks, if you just buy one coin. I mean, the profit margin is so slim on this. Tying up all our phone lines, our phone banks for a $19 coin, we lose money. If you want to get 5 of these, folks, the price drops down to $15.80 a coin. $79 for 5. $79 for 5, but I really don't want you to get 5 either. Because again, I have 945 of these specimens. I want to move them all out as quickly as possible, and here's what I'll do. If you get 20 of these spectacular examples, you will get these coins for $13.95 a coin, $279 for 20 examples. And as a special bonus, the 20th coin will be a cameo. Take a look at this. These are so rare, NGC has only graded 352 examples in Proof 67 Cameo. Look at the frosted portrait on this. These are extremely rare. This is why I am coming out with my next book on United States proof coins, folks, because my next book will cover all the denominations, talking about them in brilliant proof and cameo proof. The 20th coin will be a very valuable cameo proof 1963. All of that, 20 coins, the 20th coin being a Proof 67 Cameo, $279. $279. A 6.7 Cameo alone is worth $100, $150 in that kind of cameo condition. Again, that's $13.95 a coin. While we have these are only available while I have this collection like this. Again, we have 945 of these. I bought the entire collection. We have them at a great price. This offer is a set of 20 just sold. Congratulations. Who got that set? Mr. J in Iowa, congratulations, sir. A set of 20, that includes a 6.7 Cameo. This is only available while I have these from this extraordinary collection, 945. Well, now we probably have less than 900. They're going quick. We got a lot of folks calling in. This is the end of this presentation. Again, this is Rick's Blitz, some fabulous 1963 Proof Jefferson nickels, Proof 67s. And when you get a set of 20, you get a set of 20 for only $279. That's $13.95 a coin, and it includes the 20th coin will be a Proof 67 Cameo, a stunning Proof 67 Cameo. Thanks for watching. I hope you can take advantage of this great, great numismatic opportunity. There is nothing I enjoy more than helping our clients build the coin collections of their dreams.
Are you looking to assemble a complete collection of coins, but are having difficulty finding the rare ones you're missing? Do you need guidance in locating and acquiring high-grade, high-quality examples of certain hard-to-find coins? That's why Rick's U.S. Coin Show has introduced the Private Advisory Coin Team. Rick and Jack deal with many high-end coins for private collections that are not shown on our regular TV show. And now you can have access to these coins too.
With the collective wisdom of our team and the breadth of our relationships at Rick's U.S. Coin Show, We have access to the most prestigious private collections, coin shows, and dealer inventories across the country, all to help you build a numismatic coin collection of your dreams.
The Private Advisory Coin Team is for those collectors who seek those ultra super rare and hard to find coins that you only read about in numismatic books.
If you're interested in learning more about some of the rarest and most valuable coins known, call the number on your screen and tell our customer service representative you would like to be connected with a member of the Private Advisory Coin Team.
And be sure to keep watching Rick, Jack, and James on Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Get ready for this one because this is the final entry in the 2021 Sweepstakes of Rarity from the U.S. Mint. These are 2 reverse proofs. These are the last issues of the American Silver Eagle for 2021. And right near the top of the list for rarity for all the Silver Eagle issues of 2021, issued as a 2-coin set from the United States of America, from the West Point Mint and the San Francisco Mint, in one of the rarest of strikes, reverse proof. So let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen. And there's something really special here because not only are these coins featured from the West Point in San Francisco, we have the last Type 1 with the Heraldic Eagle reverse and the first Type 2 with the brand new Damstra reverse. So this is an official United States set. Now, you are looking at our exclusive labeling. Only Rare Collectibles TV has both of those exclusive pop art labels. One is our exclusive Mercanti Reagan pop art label, and the other is also our exclusive Gaudioso Damstra pop art label. And the coins, ladies and gentlemen, are the finest known examples. Each one is reverse proof 70, a perfect grade. Now, I want to give you a little rundown of the rarity of these coins, and I want to start out first by showing you what reverse proof mintages are all about. Now, I was telling you that when this series began in 1986, it featured the John Mercanti Heraldic Eagle reverse and A.A. Weinman's Walking Liberty half-dollar obverse. And the first thing you need to know about these coins is that when Mr. Mercanti was given the task of designing a new reverse for this just proposed silver dollar, we already knew the obverse was going to be the classic allegorical of liberty from A.A. Weinman's Walking Liberty half-dollar. And as Mercanti designed his tribute to the early American silver dollars that featured the Heraldic Eagle, and he did his own version, he also went to work on the obverse because this was a much larger coin than this design had ever been seen on. No longer just a design for a half-dollar, but this was on the biggest silver dollar the U.S. had ever issued. So a much bigger, bolder design needed, well, more work, and John Mercanti was able to update the classic Weinman allegorical of liberty obverse and match it with his Heraldic Eagle reverse. Well, the obverse remains the same as the Type 2 begins. It's the reverse that is featuring Emily Damstra's bald eagle design. And we're going to get into both of those designs in just a second. But I want to mention the strike of the coin, the method of manufacture, because this is neither a business strike or a traditional bright proof. So in other words, it doesn't have the mirrored background of the bright proofs and the satin design, just the opposite. The allegorical of liberty that you see, or of the eagle, is in mirror. And the background, known as the field, is all frosted, all in satin. So that is the term reverse proof in action. Now, reverse proofs have only been struck since 2006. So it is a very recent arrival to the series and has been embraced by collectors because of their traditional super low mintages, of which this is one of those coins. But I want you to take a look at why all the excitement is being generated. And we're going to start with the first year, the 2006 reverse proof. This coin was created because of the 20th anniversary of the Eagle program, has a mintage of 248,875, and was an instantaneous sellout when it debuted in 2006. 2011, for the 25th anniversary, 99,882, the lowest of all the reverse proof mintages. 2012 was a year that honored the 75th anniversary of the San Francisco Mint, and almost 250,000 sets or individual coins were issued. 2013 was an anniversary year for the West Point Mint, 75 years of West Point, and 235,000 are the issue mintages there. And then we come to the two that you see at the bottom of this table. The 2021 Type 1, the last of its kind, 125,000 mintage. And ladies and gentlemen, of all the options in the Silver Eagle this year, that is the bona fide, absolute lowest mintage. Now it has a partner, a coin issued from San Francisco, the first Type 2, both in reverse proof. And since they were issued as a set from the mint, they have a mintage of 125,000. So right off the bat, the last issue for 2021 is the lowest mintage. So remember that, because this is why this is so important. Now these coins are live, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, this is a premier event. These are the first opportunity I have to bring you these coins live and in-house, which means they are ready to ship. Our exclusive labels, hand-signed by both the designer and the modeler of these coins, Mercanti and Gaudioso. There you have them right there in a perfect proof 70 grade. And the world is going crazy for this two-coin set. Look at this. This is a set that is not graded, original government packaging, and $2,000. $2,000. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we don't know. 6'9", 70, 6'8", we don't know. So that part has not been discovered yet. $2,000. Now is a good time for me to tell you folks that I'm offering that same set graded with our exclusive labels in the highest grade known, the finest knowns, for $1,395, and you can split that into a two-pay, and I'll tell you more about that in a minute. But folks, you don't have to buy multitudes of these sets just to get one in a perfect grade. You don't have to spend $2,000, $4,000, $6,000, $8,000, or even $10,000. $1,395 gets you what you're after anyways, the perfect reverse proof 70 two-coin designer set, both designers, Mercanti and Gaudioso, of the greatest coin series, the American Silver Eagle. This is the most popular silver dollar series. Oh yes, more people collect this today than Morgan dollars, more than peace dollars, more than seated liberties, more than trade dollars. Ladies and gentlemen, the list goes on. This is the one everybody wants. This is the opportunity to get an American silver dollar struck for a collector in perfect grade right from the get-go. All there, self-contained, $1,395, preserved forevermore. There's a very limited amount of these, ladies and gentlemen. There were only 125,000 sets issued from the mint. And as we have seen, the mint, and I'm talking about the U.S. Mint, I call them the mint. It's like we're on a first name basis. They have the utmost in expertise in striking coins. They use the greatest technology. They employ the greatest artists. They reach out to artists around this great country and request submissions. They go outside the mint like they did in the days when they commissioned Augustus St. Gaudens for redesign a coin. And that Damstra reverse that you see right there, she came to the U.S. Mint through the Artistic Infusion program. She's a world-renowned nature and wildlife artist who started when she was just a youngin', depicting scenes of nature. And her representation of the American eagle is so right on because it really displays what she originally was trying to convey. The sense of family, the sense of unity, because eagles mate for life. They return to the same place every year, and both mating pairs contribute to not just the rearing of the young, but the building of the nest. You don't see that often in wildlife. Now, I want to show you, already at $2,000, we have beat the market for coins that are not certified. This is a U.S. Mint issue, $1,395. I love this. It's the last one of 2021. And in all the coins that were issued for 2021, all the different types of American Silver Eagles, none have a mintage as low as this set. So right off the bat, a lot of rarity and a lot of perfection and a lot of history. So take a look at this. 2006, the first year. Here's a coin in reverse proof 70, same grade, just one, not two, just one, $1,265. Folks, we're at $1,395 for two. The West Point, the San Francisco, the Type 1, the Type 2, the last of the Type 1s, the first of the Type 2s. This is the last chance at the greatest set because this tops off 2021, and it's going to be known forevermore as a really landmark year. It's a transition year for this great American silver dollar. One reverse being retired in the middle of the year, a new reverse taking its place. And this rarely happens. It reminds me of 1921, when the Morgan dollar and the peace dollar for a brief period of time shared the same date, 1921. The peace dollar, it assumed the mantle, so to speak. Now, take a look. I mentioned the San Francisco set. This set contained one proof and one reverse proof. So here's the San Francisco set, and the mintage was, like twice as much. So that's the other thing you need to know. Every one of these coins that I'm showing you, the mintage, not just a little bit higher, well, way, way, way. And they were sellouts also. So this is so rare. Look at that right there. That's a San Francisco two-coin set in a perfect grade, one reverse proof, one proof. But both perfect grades like our set, $2,175, $2,175. Now this coin right here is a reverse proof from the 25th anniversary set. One single coin, perfect grade 70, and nearly $1,000. Now folks, take a look at this. This right here is the set, the very same set. Not with our exclusive labeling, however, so we have a pedigree that I think, and most collectors agree, a little bit better because it has a real connection to the history of the creation of this coin. And here is the two-coin set in a perfect grade for $1,895. Well, here's another one. Wow, this is amazing. This one graded, now, you're showing an obverse and reverse here, so you're going to see four images. It is just two coins, and it's $1,995. I don't have to say another word because we are offering the identical grade, the identical grading service, but in our exclusive labeling for $1,395. The story just gets better and better, folks, because what I want to show you here is why this matters so much. This is all of them. This is the rundown. This is everything. These are the American Silver Eagles between 1986 and 2021. A complete, comprehensive history by mintage of every single coin, both the business strike, the reverse proofs, the proofs. That's all here. So I want you to look, and this is the reason why this is so important, because this amounts to millions and millions and millions of coins. But there were only 125,000 of these sets. This is what happens whenever an issue of extreme absolute rarity is offered by our government, by our mint. Collectors who have for generations already been collecting these silver dollars gotta have one of the lowest mintage, gotta have the last of its kind and the first of its kind, gotta have the ultimate 2021 set, the one that has the lowest mintage of any previous issue. And might I remind you that every one of the previous issues for 2021, they sold out in record time. Newsworthy, it was everywhere. I mean, can you imagine 327,000 coins selling out in 3 minutes? Oh man, the disappointment for all these millions of collectors to get their hands on anything of a 2021 Silver Eagle before they completely sell out. We're doing it right now. These are live, in-house, ready to go. Folks, this is not a pre-sale. This is here now for you. So the mintages, the list just goes on, and we've omitted nothing. And the point of this is to show all collectors out there what we are up against. You and me both, we're all collectors. It's tough for us to get these as well as anybody else. We don't work at the mint. More mintages, more years, more coins. The proofs are listed there. You see the mintages, every one of those coins. Look at the mintages, 816,000. 700, you just pick them out there. You will be hard-pressed to find a mintage at 125,000. And when you do, sky's the limit. Rarity is all there in this set. Look at these, folks. We start to get in to the present time where Type 1s and Type 2s are listed. Watch what's happening here, because what's going to happen is this final page and how this set stacks up. Oh, but wait a minute. Before you look at this, let me tell you something. All these facts are great, but what it really comes down to, this is unique. It's the only one of its kind. It features the last Heraldic Eagle reverse and the first Damstra reverse. So it has something that no other set can lay claim to. And it has a really low mintage. And one more time, ladies and gentlemen, take a look at what happened in 2021. So this is the rundown. 2021. American Silver Eagles, all varieties. Now, wouldn't you know it, look at the bottom. Look at the bottom of that table, because that tells you everything you want to know. And again, let me remind you that the 2021, the West Point Struck Type 2 in the burnished eye, that had a really low mintage, but 175,000, 50,000 more than this set right here. And you look at the other issues, and they are, the San Francisco in proof. I love that coin. The mintage was so low, 200,000. And the Type 2 from West Point with a mintage of 300,000, gone at the speed of light. Every one of those coins right there, ladies and gentlemen. This is the culmination of a year of history. And this one really is the ultimate, 125,000 mintage. And again, ladies and gentlemen, I love United States coin collecting, because United States coin collecting is unlike any other country. Our currency has never become obsolete. The American dollar has never been devalued. We never switched to the euro. We didn't switch to new dollars. Our dollar from day one, from the moment the mint was chartered in 1792, to the very first coins that were issued in 1793, to the silver dollars a little bit later on in the very early 1800s that bore the heraldic eagle reverse. Everything ties in to this culmination right here. The walking Liberty half dollar, the inspiration for the obverse of this set was Adolph A. Wyman's vision of America, vision of liberty. And that design has been part of our history since the early days of the 20th century. It remains a mainstay of this set. The reverse, as I mentioned, the tribute to the heraldic eagle of John Mercanti, reaching back into history because he felt the honor of being selected to design a reverse for an American silver dollar. Emily Damstra, who designed her artistic achievement of creating this eagle reverse, known forever now as the Type 2. She felt the tug of liberty. She understood how the eagle represented our values, and one of the reasons why it was chosen as our national symbol. And look at the artistry, and look at the strike. Michael Gaudioso, the man at the Mint, who rendered her design into the classic, now classic, reverse. And I want to talk to you about value, not a cliche of what value is, but how this really hits home. The value here is the rarity. The value here is the historic last and the uniqueness of these two reverse proofs. The value here are the highest grades, reverse proof 70, perfect condition coins. The value here is in the exclusivity of our exclusive pedigree labels. And this makes a big difference to collectors, ladies and gentlemen. You ask anybody who has collected our Silver Eagle sets with these great labels, and it means a pedigree. It means archived information. It means written up by the greatest grading services. And again, let me say, these are certified, absolutely perfect condition, and these are guaranteed grade. That's the value at $1,395. Oh, and by the way, folks, please take advantage of the opportunity to purchase these on a two-pay option. Right now, $697.50 locks this set up. Now, they're ready to go live. And then when the coins are ready to ship, when you're ready for the second installment, $697.50. All right, ladies and gentlemen, have we got all the information clearly defined? Because there was so much here. $1,395 for the very last 2021, the last Type 1, the first Type 2, and the rarest set the U.S. Mint issued this year, right here, $1,395. Thanks so much for collecting coins here at Rare Collectibles, and I hope to see you real soon. Bye now. There was a great numismatic event that was 100 years in the making. The coin that I'm talking about was the 100th anniversary, the centennial, of Adolph A. Wyman's masterpiece of numismatic coin design, the Walking Liberty Half Dollar. The Walking Liberty Half Dollar was first issued in 1916 and last issued in 1947. The thing about the Walking Liberty Half Dollar is so many, millions of Americans grew up with this coin. And of course, the Walking Liberty Half Dollar was the mainstay of commerce. It was the most widely used of the United States minor coinage. And what I mean by that is that wasn't a coin that wasn't a silver dollar. And to honor this coin after 100 years was really a big event. Now here's the thing. This Walking Liberty Half Dollar, to honor its 100th anniversary, was struck in solid gold. And this is something that all of us collectors really had always imagined when we were little kids, and occasionally we'd find a Walking Liberty Half Dollar in our travels. And as we grew into coin collecting, we began to visit coin conventions or coin shows or local coin shops, or read all the coin publications we could get our hands on. We were enamored of the allegorical designs that were first represented of Liberty on the walking Liberty half dollar. So in 2016, the Mint decided they would issue a series of coins to honor one of the greatest anniversaries, the 100th anniversary of the Renaissance of coin design, of which the walking Liberty half dollar was one of the main parts of the Renaissance of coin design. The coins that you are now seeing are the absolute highest examples that a coin can receive by a grading service. SP70, a specimen 70 grade, a unique one-year type offering, struck in a metal that was different than the metal it was originally issued in. Originally, this coin was issued in 90% silver, and it was struck to circulate throughout this country and provide buying power for all American citizens. But it became a part of the family. Everybody knew the walking Liberty half dollar. No matter what condition, you had a walking Liberty half dollar and you had something special if you were a coin collector in the early days. If you were lucky enough to receive one of these coins to add to your coin collection in uncirculated condition, you had a fabulous rarity. Some of these coins in the 1980s went to thousands of dollars per coin in uncirculated condition. And this was something that was true of all walking Liberty half dollars in the whole entire series. To find one of these coins in uncirculated condition from the time when the coin was issued was a major find. 100 years later, with the Mint honoring this special issue that was so important to our country, 100 years later, to own one of these coins in the highest grade you can grade a coin in, the highest grade attainable, is even harder to get than those silver coins from the time of the original issue. This coin had a low mintage, ladies and gentlemen. It had a short window of opportunity by which any American citizen could order these coins directly from the United States Mint. It was one of those coins where you had to seek out the Mint to get it. They certainly didn't release them in circulation. And this was not the type of coin that you could go to any local coin shop and see in regular inventory. This was something special. This was the 100th anniversary of one of the most beloved coin designs ever seen. Now, maybe it's because Adolph A. Wyman was a pupil, a protege of Augustus St. Gaudens. He studied under them. He worked with them. He learned the craft. He learned design elements. He learned the sculpting aspects of turning a sculpture into a coin, something that takes a special eye and a special artist's ability, something that Augustus St. Gaudens possessed and that he passed on to Adolph A. Wyman. Take a look at that design right there. It's very familiar because it is the design that appears on the American Silver Eagle dollar and has since 1986, but originally as a half dollar. Well, here is an opportunity to see this design in solid, pure gold in a way that you had never seen a walking Liberty half dollar before, in a way that you could never have seen it before. Now, the 100th anniversary of one of the most beloved coin designs, a coin that really started so much of the redesign, the renaissance of American coinage, in a perfect grade, is tough to get today. Now, the United States Mint, with all the technology that they possess, and this coin was struck in 2016, with all the artistry and all the tools they have at their fingertips. This coin in a perfect grade, it happens only 13% of the time. So ladies and gentlemen, when we wanted to get one of these coins graded in a perfect specimen 70 grade, a flawless coin, perfect condition, we had to submit 10 coins to get one in a perfect grade. It's hard to do. It's hard to do for anybody. So what we've done, ladies and gentlemen, 5 years since this coin was issued, we decided to try our luck at finding some of these coins in a perfect SP 70 grade. It only happens 13% of the time, so we knew it wasn't going to be easy. All art collectors and collectors everywhere want the highest grade, the most beautiful example, a third-party graded coin, lots of accuracy, and a great value. The Walking Liberty half dollar is not just a famous coin. It's also one of the rarest in certain dates of any of the half dollars ever issued. And I'm going to show you why the Walking Liberty half dollar, after 100 years, was such a quick sellout. This had a very, very small mintage. The window wasn't open very long at all. And what you get today in the ultimate Walking Liberty half dollar. Here's one of the most sought after of all the issues of the Walking Liberty half dollar, the 1921 D. And there is a coin in circulated condition. It has VF detail, which means the coin has an altered surface and has been compromised numismatically and is still almost an $800 coin. Here is a 1921 D, another coin that's been cleaned, $3,000. I want to tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, to get a coin that was only issued once in a 100-year span, will never be issued again, is a Walking Liberty half dollar, struck on those original coining presses, from the original dies that were used to recreate this coin. And I say recreate because something was different about this coin than all the other Walking Liberty half dollars. After 100 years of history, what would be the greatest gift that the Walking Liberty half dollar could give to all us collectors? To be issued in solid gold. Something that, when we were growing up as collectors, we dreamed of owning the most beautiful example and one of the most original allegorical designs of liberty the world had ever seen in solid gold. If only this coin had been issued in solid gold. It took 100 years. How do you make the original better? You make it out of solid gold. Take a look at some of the Walking Liberty half dollars that made this coin possible today. This is a 1921 S. Now, something you're going to recognize about every single one of these coins is that they are heavily circulated, but their value is still immense. And this coin right here, in a very, very worn out coin, and it's pretty worn, is $600. The rarity of this coin. What I'm doing here, folks, is I'm showing you past issues of Walking Liberty half dollars. And now I want to show you their mintages, and I want you to take special notice at the only gold Walking Liberty half dollar ever issued, and the mintage as it stands next to some of the other great rarities. The 21S had a low mintage, $548,000. I just showed you a worn out coin for $600. But the mintage of the 100th anniversary Walking Liberty half dollar, well, the mintage of this coin from the United States Mint, 65,512 coin. And when you look at other issues that were meant to be released into circulation, who still survive today at great value, even in heavily circulated coins, you'll see why 65,000 coins for the 100th year of this coin was something that just wasn't enough. There weren't enough coins for all the thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions of collectors of the Walking Liberty half dollar. So we started to analyze how many coins you would have to send in for grading just to get one Walking Liberty half dollar in a perfect SB 70 grade in the solid gold 100th anniversary issue. And it's very unusual that the Mint would issue a half dollar in gold. Previously, they'd done it for the Kennedy half dollar because it was a very special event to honor that anniversary. Well, Adolph A. Wyman contributed 2 coins to the catalog of United States numismatics, the Walking Liberty half dollar and the Mercury dime. And coincidentally, the 100th anniversary of the Walking Liberty half dollar and the Mercury dime were both celebrated in the same year. 2 masterpieces. Of all the coins that the Mint issued to honor this special centennial year of 2016, the Walking Liberty half dollar was the largest, also the smallest mintage. just to pave the way a little bit more, I want to show you a few other Walking Liberty half dollars from the days when they were struck for circulation and how they are received today by collectors in terms of how the value has been preserved. Here is a 1923S, also one of the coins on my table of coins, with a mintage over 2 million. And there you see a coin in almost uncirculated grade, selling for nearly $3,300. So ladies and gentlemen, only 13% of these coins will ever grade in a perfect 70 grade, specimen 70 designation, by any grading service, anywhere in the world. Only 13%. So here's what we have. These are the last of these coins. These were directly from a vault holding that we had been engaged in buying, and we've been trying to land this deal for years. We wanted it very badly because it's the only time you're ever going to see the Walking Liberty half dollar in its original size, its original diameter, with its original design in solid gold. And you're going to start to see detail on this coin, on this design, that you could never see on the original Walking Liberty half dollars. There are details of the eagle you see there, and all the detail in the body and in the wings that simply are not visible on the Walking Liberty half dollar that was meant to circulate from 1916 to 1947. Likewise, on the obverse, features of the allegorical of liberty striding forward with Old Glory wrapped around her shoulders and descending down around her legs as a gown that you would never see in a million years on a traditional Walking Liberty half dollar. It took a pure gold Walking Liberty half dollar, 100 years in the making, to strike that detail. That detail that was originally envisioned by Adolph A. Wyman in 1916. So here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the last coins anywhere in the United States of America that you could call from any kind of a hoard. And this is a mini hoard. The last ones, every coin, a perfect specimen 70 grade. Every coin, a perfect condition grade. $2,495. $2,495. There will never be a lot of these. The mintage was low. The predominant amount that had been certified did not garner a perfect grade. Only 13% of all the coins ever struck in this year for this 100th anniversary will grade a perfect 70 grade. Only 13%. Really important to note. There will only be one 100th anniversary of the Walking Liberty half dollar. And you can bet there's never going to be another solid gold one. But look at that design. There are elements here that you will never see on the traditional Walking Liberty half dollar. And don't forget, take advantage of splitting the payments into 2 equal payments of $1,247.50. Because it'll give you the ability right now to give us a call and lock this coin up. Get one of these coins that you see going by, reserved with your name on it. Then you have an entire month to make the other payment, the other $1,247.50. We find this helps collectors make that decision right now to lock this up. This is not the type of coin that is going to be available in the future. Judging by how few we have, how long it took us to even find a little mini hoard, you know, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to chase this coin around and never find it in a perfect grade because the vast majority did not grade an SP70. 87% didn't get a perfect grade, got lower grades. So there's going to be a lot of phone calls, a lot of going to conventions, a lot of going to shows to find just one of these coins in a perfect 70 grade. What are you going to pay for this coin then? Here's one selling for about $2,800, same grade, SP70. Here's another one that I found at about $3,000. And you know, the funny thing about coins like these, as the coins are released, people go crazy for these coins. Everybody wanted one. Just hearing that there would be a Walking Liberty half dollar struck in solid gold was something that was hard for a lot of us coin collectors to wrap our heads around. Yeah, we're honoring 100 years since this great design came out. And this design was the reason why we have the American Silver Eagle dollar today, because it was so admired that it was a natural to grace a silver dollar. Nobody ever imagined that they would see this Walking Liberty half dollar in pure gold on a planchet the size of the original Walking Liberty half dollar. Not only is it of the highest precious metal content, but it is also of the rarest of all these issues. Of the 65,000 of these coins that were sold directly by the U.S. Mint to collectors, not one of these coins will gain a 70 grade without multiple coins being submitted for consideration. So this is nearly impossible for anybody to do. And as you get further away from those 2016 issue dates, it gets even harder and harder. The U.S. Mint has been very responsive as of late to collectors. In 2009, the Mint honored and celebrated the 100th anniversary of the ultra-high relief St. Gaudens. And this was a very special event. And just to give you a little idea, here is one in a beautiful grade, but take a look, almost $4,700. So when the Mint responds to the appetite and the desires of the collector, collectors sit up and notice, because you get extremely, well, rare coins, only available for a very short period of time. And if you're lucky enough to get one of these coins in the ultimate grade, well, you've accomplished what thousands of collectors have never had the chance to do. No two ways about it. Let me just say again, 87% of these coins will not be in perfect grade. Only 13% will. Solid gold, pure gold, an interpretation of the original Adolph A. Wyman design of the Walking Liberty half dollar that the world has never seen before and will never see again. Detail of strike that can only be achieved in the purest of gold. And again, when you look at that reverse, and I might mention something about this coin that had very rarely happened in numismatics. The amount of artwork that was devoted to the reverse of this coin and the obverse of this coin have been recognized as the ultimate design tribute of liberty by the generations of collectors that have come after the original Walking Liberty designs. It took an artist, a master sculptor like Adolph A. Wyman, who was not a Mint employee when he was commissioned to come up with this design for the newest half dollar. He was an artist who was so well thought of that he was an actual contemporary of Augusta St. Gaudens. His work speaks for itself, but there will only be one issue in solid, pure gold, and you're looking at it right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just say, I am surrounded by some of the greatest literature that pays tribute to all the original Walking Liberty half dollars. And what I mean by that is after a century of these coins, you are looking at circulated examples in the marketplace today that you can barely tell what the coin was, that sell for hundreds, even thousands of dollars. This coin with that much heritage was honored in 2016 with the one and only solid pure gold issue this coin will ever have. And it can be yours for $2,495 in the ultimate perfect grade, perfect condition, a once-in-a-100-year opportunity right now. Thank you so much for watching Rare Collectibles TV. Remember, there will only be 100th anniversary of the Walking Liberty half dollar, and that means only one solid gold issue. And we've got the last of them anywhere. Thank you very much once again, and I hope to see you real soon.
You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
right here on Rare Collectibles TV.
I have specialized in the finest Morgan dollars since about the early 1980s. In fact, I've helped my clients assemble what are widely recognized as the finest proof Morgan dollar collections in existence, folks. Here's one of the awards recognized by NGC, Numismatic Guarantee Corporation, one of the major grading services in the country, that recognized one of the collections of my clients. Best classic set in 2003, the finest set of proof Morgan dollars. Here's a picture of one of the coins I have placed with my clients some years ago, one of the finest known proof Morgan dollars. You know, I tell you this, folks, because I believe I have a very important obligation as your host of Rick's U.S. Coin Show. It's not about talking the talk. I mean, it's most important to have a good track record. This is what I do. This is what I've been doing for over 35 years. I want you, my clients, to be able to walk the walk. It's that simple. That's my mission here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. And what I have today is simply the most extraordinary 7-coin Morgan collection, with 2 of the coins in this collection ranking among the very lowest mintage Morgan dollars in the entire 100-plus coin Morgan dollar series. But most importantly, folks, is that all 7 of these Morgan dollars were struck at a legendary mint. Morgan dollars from this mint rank among the most desirable among collectors and dealers. It's the Carson City Mint. Take a look at this set. 7 dates, starting with the first year of issue, 1878. That was the first year Morgan dollars were struck. Carson City, 1878. And then there's an 1880. 1881. 1882. 1883. 1884 and 1885. All in original government GSA, what they call GSA, Government Services Administration holders. Guaranteed, uncirculated, as you can see on the bottom of the holder there, by the United States government. And every one of these coins with that famous Carson City Mint mark, the double C right there above the D and O in dollar, standing for Carson City. Folks, these Carson City silver dollars that I have for you today really shouldn't even exist, especially in uncirculated condition. These coins never saw the bottom of a cash drawer. That's what's meant by uncirculated. They were never used in commerce. I mean, the last Carson City dollar ever struck was in 1893. Jack and I spent some time at the Carson City Mint. Now, folks, by mint standards, the Carson City Mint is a very small building. And we've got a comparison of the 4 main mints from that time, starting with the Philadelphia Mint. It's an imposing building and what you'd expect from a mint that is striking millions of coins of every denomination every year. This facility was nearly a full city block in size. And here is the San Francisco Mint. Even though it was what we refer to as a branch mint, it was a very imposing building, very large. The Granite Lady is 220 feet wide by 165 feet deep and has 3 floors. And here's the New Orleans Mint. It was originally built in the 1830s, a very large structure. It's 282 feet long by 180 feet deep, and it also has 3 stories. And then we get to the Carson City Mint. Now, folks, when you place it next to these other mints, it's a tiny, tiny mint structure. The Carson City Mint was probably about the size of the cafeteria of the Philadelphia, New Orleans, and San Francisco mints. It's a very small building, and the relative output was minuscule compared to those other mints. When you look at all the Morgan dollars struck over the entirety of the series, from 1878 to 1921, Philadelphia struck the lion's share of the Morgan dollars, over 300 million. Next came the New Orleans Mint, 186 million. San Francisco Mint, another branch mint, but a much larger mint than the Carson City Mint, struck 131 million Morgan dollars. Fourth was the Denver Mint, only 20 million coins. However, the Denver Mint didn't open until much later, in the early 1900s. They only struck Morgan dollars for 1 year, 1921. And then that 1 year, they struck over 20 million coins. And then you have the Carson City Mint. They struck Morgan dollars from 1878 to 1893, 13 different dates. And you total all those 13 dates up, it only came to 13,862,041 coins, about 1 million coins a year. If you ask the average Morgan dollar collector what his favorite mint, the mint with the greatest romance of all the Morgan dollar mints, the most desirable of the Morgan dollars, they were Morgan dollars struck at the Carson City Mint. Now, it was believed that all the Carson City silver dollars either went into circulation or were melted down in 1918 as a result of the Pittman Act, when 59% of all the Morgan dollars struck were melted down for bullion. And here you can see the total mintage for all the Morgan dollars over the entirety of the series, 656 million, 270 million melted down. That's left 386 million coins. And the vast majority of those went into circulation. They were used for commerce. Only about 6.5 million have been certified in uncirculated condition. That's about 1.7% of the entire mintage of the surviving coins. And of those, the Carson City Mint is a tiny, tiny percentage of that 6.5 million. And then, folks, in the early 1960s, what happened next is so implausible, inconceivable, unbelievable. Only the federal government could concoct such an improbable plot twist. It turns out that deep in the remote bowels of one of the cavernous coin vaults belonging to the United States Treasury were some dust-covered original bags of Carson City struck Morgan silver dollars. The Carson City Mint, which had last struck Morgan dollars in 1893. In fact, folks, we have one of those bags. My partner, Jack, this is an actual silver dollar bag from the Carson City Mint. My partner, Jack, bought this bag in auction. He had to actually pay around $1,800 in auction to acquire this bag, this Carson City original mint bag. That's how historic and monumental these coins are, and how much they mean to the collecting public today. This is the most incredible pedigree you could ever hope to own when it comes to Morgan dollars. So here they discovered bags of these Carson City dollars in the bank vault in the 1960s. What to do with these coins? The Treasury hired some expert numismatists to help sort the coins. Subsequently, all the examples that were deemed to be badly damaged, heavily oxidized, or circulated were set aside. The finest uncirculated specimens in those original mint bags that were essentially in those mint bags the day they left the mint, the Carson City Mint, back in the 1870s, 1880s, early 1890s. The finest examples were encapsulated in 1972 in what we now refer to as the GSA holder, Government Services Administration, an inert hard plastic container. And that's what you see these coins in today, among the few survivors that are still in the original government GSA holders, folks. I remember those times in the 1970s when the government was marketing these GSA Carson City silver dollars. Unfortunately, I didn't have that kind of money to acquire any one of these. The least expensive Carson City, when you look at the brochure, they had these beautiful brochures printed up which talked about the history of these coins, and then they had the pricing. You had some dates like the 1883 CC, minimum bid was $30. 1884 CC, minimum bid $30. And then you had the 1880 CC, minimum bid $60. 1881 CC, minimum bid $60. 85 CC, minimum bid $60. Remember, this is the early 1970s, folks. This is 50 years ago when silver was a couple dollars an ounce, okay? Huge, substantial premiums just to bid on these coins. So to have these coins today, and this set of 7, folks, includes 2 of the lowest mintage Carson City silver dollars struck. Again, guaranteed uncirculated by the United States government in the original GSA holder as issued in 1974. Now, uncirculated Morgan dollars, there are dates which we call common dates, which were struck in very high numbers, high number of survivors. There are some dates where a lot of Morgan dollars were struck, folks. I've got a chart here where I have all the Morgan dollars in descending order from the highest mintage Morgan dollars to the lowest mintage Morgan dollars. The most common is the 1921 Philadelphia issue, over 44 million struck. If there's no letter after the date, it means it was struck in Philadelphia. Then you had the 1889 number, 221 million. Then you had the San Francisco, 1921, 21 million. You finally get to the bottom of the first page, 1896 Philadelphia, just about 10 million coins. Now we get to the second page. Here we get some lower mintages. It still starts out at around 10 million at the San Francisco Mint, but by the bottom of the page, we have a New Orleans Mint coin with only 4,900,000 coins. Now we're getting to some lower mintages. And now we get to the last page, folks, the lowest mintage Morgan dollars. At the top, you see the 1890 CC. That's the highest mintage of all the Carson City Morgan dollars. That's the highest mintage, folks, 2.3 million. A few coins later, we finally come to the 1878 CC, 2.2 million. That is the first coin in this set, the first coin in this series. 1878 Carson City. Several coins later, we have an 1891 Carson City, mintage of 1.6 million. These are very low mintages, folks. An 1892 Carson City, 1.3 million. And then the next 3 coins are in this set I have for you today. The 1883 CC with a mintage of 1.2 million, and the 84 and 82 CCs around 1.1